and what, you know what I'm saying? And it's a difference between a male's discernment and a woman's discernment.
You can't see both of y'all.
Back up. You gotta back the camera up. It's not close. There you go. Oh. Slide to the left.
Yeah, I'm not saying that you're wrong, because you could be right, because like you said, we don't know. But I'm saying I have a more of an open mind before I might have a thought in my head, but before I act on what I think that is without knowing fully, I gather more information.
So what do you
I make a
So
decision.
what do you learn from a man's discernment compared to your discernment? Because it has to be a difference.
When it comes to this,
No, I'm just saying, period. What do you learn? What have you learned from a male's discernment compared to a woman's discernment? Is there a difference, or is it just the same to you?
But here's the thing: people can have this. Here's the thing: people have discernment. Everyone has discernment,
right?
And a lot of people have good discernment, meaning they know this is a bad idea or this is a bad decision. But people still make the wrong choices even though they're aware of it. So that's another thing too. Are you using your discernment and taking heed to that, or are you just like, fuck it, I don't care, because that be the issue sometimes too.
I think everybody has a discernment, but I believe women's discernment is different from a man's discernment, and that's the problem. It's like if we can't even recognize
I think they know, but they still like the flesh is weak. Like, you could know like this situation ain't gonna end well. You say you could like a dude, talking about relationship, you could like a dude or whatever, and you could know in the back of your mind, this ain't gonna work out. He ain't no good. He's gonna do me dirty or cheat, whatever we want to say. He's just not gonna be good for me. This ain't gonna work out long term. But you might like him so much. So the discernment is not the part that's wrong. It's you're making bad decisions, even though you know that it's a bad decision, but you're in the moment. You're just like, fuck it. I want to enjoy this moment. I think a lot of people
I think
are
you
the
answered
real
the question.
seekers. No, because
you said hold on.
Knowing right from wrong.
Let me tell you why I believe
action.
that though. I believe that you just answered the question because you're saying that the discernment of a woman is she might know better. She might know better, but hold on. But because of how she feels, she's gonna let it, you know what I mean, work out how, and that's the difference. But hold on, that's the difference between a male and a female's discernment. A male's discernment is gonna be like, yo, this has to logically make sense. It doesn't logically make sense to know that you're gonna be in a fucked up situation and still put yourself in a fucked up situation. So the male's, the difference is I agree with that example, because the difference is a male is going to say, you know what, this is delusional. It's not going to work out. It might feel good, but it's not going to work out. Now, yes, both people have, you know, poor choices, poor discernment, but we're not talking about both people. We're talking about a male's discernment, like the ones that it works for, and a woman's discernment, the ones that it works for. If you're saying that because a woman is going to have that same discernment, but she doesn't act on it, that's the difference. Men are more inclined to act on their discernment than women. Do you agree about that, or do you not agree about that?
It depends on, I don't know what the percentage, it could be, but, because I was about to say, if we're talking about relationships, men make bad decisions too, they can know better. You know this chick only wants you for your money, but you still want to fall in love, or your boys could have told you that she smashed all the homies, and she ain't shit, and this happens a lot. And they know this, and they know in their heart she wouldn't be with you if you wasn't in the position that where she's not really into you like that, but they still go out and marry her, and then then you get a divorce. 40 million is being asked for that football player. What's his name? And everybody told him, don't mess with that girl. He basically told everybody to mind their business because she was showing whole activity.
But isn't he more feminine minded if that's the case? Because a lot of women do that more than men. A lot of women do that specifically with the.
You're getting the words confused, because discernment is knowing if something is a good decision or a bad decision. How you act You can know that it's wrong. That's not discernment.
So hold on. If people told him and they warned him, hey, this is, and you know, okay, this could be a bad decision, and you ignore it, isn't that more close to the example that you just gave with women? How they ignore? No, hold on. She said specifically, women, a lot of women go through a situation where it's not the fact that they don't have the discernment, it's that they don't listen to reason. What I said was it's more feminine that that football player heard the evidence. He knew this situation is what it was going to be, and he ignored it. So this is what I'm saying. Most times, in the majority, that means that more men say, you know what? If we took a poll of me and Smiley's friends, all the guy friends, and we put that same scenario in, 9 out of 10 of us, maybe even 10 out of 10 is going to be like, nah, I wouldn't even put myself in that situation. Why? Why?
People could lie and say stuff like this.
People could.
Matter to a certain
people
degree,
could.
And then they're only targeting a certain demographic based off of the question that they're asking.
People could.
So
but that's why I said it's the people that you know, though.
But let me say, these is all people that I know, people that
no. Famous, this is the people that's famous. It's different. Like you said, we don't know them. If we know our friends, then we know what they would do. I'm sorry for cutting you off, but I'm just saying, if we know our friends, then we would know what they would do. We know that they were. We don't know why a nigga would ignore all the signs.
I have a different take on what you're saying. I want to hear what she's saying.
He actually, well, I don't.
Because I hear two different things. And I hear. Let me say this. Because I'm listening to y'all. Let's reset because we just started. But
let's finish the last part of what I was saying, and then you mentioned.
Make it quick because we gotta let people know what we're talking about. They don't know what we're talking about.
Yeah, I'm gonna be good. So, and then you mentioned delusion. Delusion means that you think it's gonna be a different outcome. That's not delusion. If you know the outcome is not gonna go that way, and you're still choosing, that's just you just made a bad decision, but you weren't informed about it. So that's not. You knew. Nobody didn't have to tell you. A lot of times people know, even before somebody told them, they already knew that in their head. They just was like, they wanted to live in the moment, and they were like, I'll enjoy the ride until it, and people do that, men and women. I don't know what the percentage is. It may be more than, but that's not discernment. Because if you know, that's the discernment. You know, but then you're just choosing to do what you want because it feels good in the moment. Discernment is the judgment, but the action that take after that.
Let me reset, different. And then you can rebuttal. I'm just gonna reset just to let people know what we're talking about. So, welcome everybody to Get Lifted. 30 is a new 20. What we're talking about right now is ASAP Rocky and Ice Spice were at at Spike Lee's premiere for a movie that they were in, and there was speculation that perhaps he could be dealing with Ice Spice, and why we would believe that he would be dealing with Ice Spice, and then the debate started. It was like, well, why the assumption? Why can't a man just be with a woman? And he's going into discernment of men based off of that discussion is that men may have better discernment than women in most areas. And I'm going to let him finish what he was saying because I have a different take on that. I don't agree with that. But I'm going to let you cook. And I want to hear why you feel like that. Mm-hmm. And I want to tell you why I don't feel like that. And just listen to my facts while I'm telling you.
Okay. So the reason why I feel like men have a better discernment than women is because statistically more women raise the children, and if the children are being raised poorly versus if they're being raised in a better situation for their outcome, you can clearly see there is a discrepancy. That's how you know, or that's why they say if a child is with a father, a single father, they're better off than with a single mother. So there has to be a reason behind that. There's no way a person that just makes poor decisions is going to be more capable of raising children, statistically, it wouldn't make any sense. So that right there has to, like, you have to give credit to where credit is due. If a man is more capable of raising a child to be successful in this world compared to a woman, statistically, if that's a fact, then that has to show that the man has better judgment or better discernment in character in life, period. All I'm saying, I'm not saying women don't have this same discernment. I'm saying
men have better.
Right.
Okay.
100%.
That's your point.
And one more thing I wanted to say. The women that do have this, right? The women that do have good discernment, it comes from experience. The problem about experience is after you're at a certain age, it's not even going to matter to a man because he wants the young, fresh. You see what I'm saying? He wants, especially the men of a higher value. That's why so many rich guys date young women, young impressionable women, because not because they don't want that experience. It's just because they want what they want. You see what I'm saying? And all I'm saying is, if this world is run by men, if this world is a man's world, if this world is innovated by men, usually led by men, I'm not saying that there aren't queens that's doing their thing. I'm just saying usually, then it has to have some evidence that these people make better decisions than the majority of the women, especially if there's more women on this earth than there is men. So that.
I don't disagree with what you're saying. I'm just saying that you can have good discernment and ignore it. Because discernment is being able to say, okay, is this a good idea or is this a bad idea? But how you react to that, you could be like, fuck it, I don't care what the outcome is going to be. And that's just a poor decision. Because you could be well informed and know right from wrong and know this is going to collapse or this is not going to go well, but you can still be like, I don't care. Right. It feels good in the moment.
So you're agreeing, but I want to hear you say it out your mouth. Do you think men or women, do you think there's a level of discernment between the two? You think men may have a higher level of discernment than women, or it's equal, or women may have a higher level of discernment than men? What do you think about that?
I think women, I don't think it's about discernment. I think they be knowing. I think they just work more. I know some people might,
but if you had to wait just to answer that. Okay.
I'm saying I think women work more off of emotion. So regardless if it's a good decision
because if you're operating more of an emotion, then you don't have good discernment.
Right. But discernment right. is not. That's
but no,
just
discernment,
being able to
because you're okay. So the determining factor of your choice, because I gotta cut you off. The determining factor of your choice is, okay, more emotionally based. You made an emotional decision 9 times out of 10. Because I said I didn't agree with what he was saying, but I want you to stand on what you're saying. Don't say, well, I think, well, some women they know that and they still okay.
That's not what I'm saying. You're not.
Okay, but you got to get to the point because I want to hear it. I want to hear you say yes or no.
Yeah, we talk about majority. We're not
we're talking about majority. Cases. We're not talking about some. We're not talking about.
Like
well, say it, spit it out. I want to hear you say it. I'm not going to interrupt you, but I want to hear you say that. If you're not saying anything pertaining to answering that question directly, whether men or women have better discernment, or if you want to say it's equal, or if you want to say, no, I don't think so. I think if you want to just have a blanket and say, okay, well, people in general have poor discernment. Okay, fine, stand on that.
That's equal, though.
Then that's equal, exactly. So I want to hear you say either it's equal, men have better, or women have better. I want to hear you get to that point, and I'm gonna let you talk. But if you're not going down to a solid answer, I'm gonna interject. I want to hear. Go ahead. I'm gonna let you talk because we got to get into the topics because this isn't one of our topics. But I want to hear what you got to say about this. Go ahead.
And that's what I'm saying. I don't think it's a matter of discernment. It's just about because the discernment is being able to determine in your mind this is wrong or right. But people as a whole make bad decisions, even if they know that beforehand that that's a poor decision. But if you want to talk about discernment, I'm saying that's a separate category. But yeah, for discernment, but I think women be knowing. And I'm not saying just some women, I'm saying in most cases women know. They just go off of their emotions. So that's not discernment. They know right from wrong. They just don't be caring. But yeah, if you want to talk about discernment as a separate topic, then I would say men. But you said about raising children.
Because he went down a little bit of a rabbit hole there, but I wanted to get to that because that's the point that I took out when he was saying all of that, because we were talking about why is ASAP Rocky, why do you just assume that? I mean, we know his track record, we know how he was. Like, we're not going to play coy and pretend that we don't know about some of his escapades or whatever, but let's just be clear, and he has already cheated on her one time, right? Not okay.
We don't know that.
All right,
we don't know.
We can say that. We can say that. I'm not going.
Did he say that?
I'm not going down that.
It
is what it is.
I ain't hear that.
But that's not what we're talking about. Regardless, whether you believe it, allegedly, whatever.
I think that's circumstantial.
That's
evidence.
fine. That's fine.
If that really happened, that would change my answer. That's what I'm saying. But if I don't know it really happened,
hold on.
I can't say that affects my answer.
Let me talk. One mic. So again, right. Allegedly, we could say whatever. I'm not getting into that because that's a whole nother conversation.
Right.
But I know certain things that maybe you guys might not be aware of, and that's fine. Yeah, so let's just say this. When you're talking about a couple, highlighting a couple, they show a picture of this alleged adulterer with another female that's attractive. Well, some would argue she's attractive. And she's with him. I didn't even know about the movie, right? But she's with him. They're showing them together, and they're making you interpret whatever you think of it based on what you know about these two individuals. So then you decide, that's where discernment comes in, where you decide, well, based off of what I know or what I've heard, this doesn't look too good. But some others might be like, oh, fans or whatever may say, oh, that's awesome. Like, let me see what they got going on. Maybe they got a movie and look further into it and try to get more information. Like we did. We found out that they were shooting a movie, and that's why they took that picture together. Right. But it's not wrong for us to assume, right, based on the knowledge that we have of the individual. So when we got into the discussion of discernment, it's basically saying, well, what my assumption based off of the data that I've acquired, then I will believe this. So it's not wrong for me to believe this or for me to have this level of understanding on a certain thing about this person. May I be wrong? Possibly. May I be right? Possibly. But I'm passing judgment based off the information. What I wanted to say when you guys were talking about this is most of the time we're guilty by the jury of our peers before we even go to court. That's just how it is. We're judged by society and condemned by society before we even get a chance to prove our innocence. So we're guilty before proving innocence. So we already pledged our guilt on this guy before we even knew that he was doing a movie.
Who's we?
Just let me talk. You could disagree with whatever. Just let me talk first. We already passed our judgment on this guy based off of what we know. And just thinking like, okay, well, it's not hard to believe that this possibly happened because of his track record, or whatever. But the discernment part, that's not necessarily discernment. That's just you just saying, well, based on the information that we have, I'm saying that this person is this. Discernment is me making a choice. You could say, we could go a little bit deeper and say, well, you made a choice to make that, to decide that this person is guilty. You could say that. But discernment is more of a choice that affects you, right? So now when we get into the discussion about discernment, where I'm listening to you guys talk about who has better discernment out of men or women, my thing is that I would take the opposing argument to say, I don't think that men have better discernment than women overall. I don't think women have better discernment overall. I think in the current era that we live in, where everybody's responsible for themselves, women are becoming bosses and things like that, we have to look at it on a more objective perspective for the current time. Now, we could look in history and we could say, well, men built everything, right? Everything that men built, was it perfect? Absolutely not. Structures fell apart. Look what happened in Florida. The buildings that fell apart. These buildings have been together for so long, but yet they went down. You know what I mean? With people inside of them. And it wasn't a hurricane that caused it to go down. It was a regular day, and the building just dropped on everybody. Men built this building. Does that mean that they got the worst discernment ever because they built these buildings that crashed and fell on all these people? No, not necessarily. But there was a judgment call that somebody failed. Somebody made a mistake. The architecture or whatever. Somebody fucked up. You know what I mean? So I could look at it that way. But then there's some things where, and things that women do, where they're a subject matter expert in a particular area, and they go off of instinct because they've been doing it for so long, and they don't do things by the numbers, and they make a mistake because they're so sure of themselves, they're so sure of what they know that they go off of that and they just do something off the cuff and they make a mistake. People are not perfect in general, so I couldn't generalize discernment overall. Gender specified personally.
Can I ask
Go ahead.
Say one thing.
Hold on, let me ask a question.
He did have his hand up first. Go ahead, bro.
In a relationship, right? Are you saying that that because by definition you're saying that it's both, like, right? That's what you're saying. I just want to verify that first.
What's both?
The level of discernment. The level of discernment. You're saying it's equal?
Yeah. Well, I'm saying it's subjective.
Subjective how?
Subjective meaning we can't really quantify who has better discernment.
So you're saying there's no answer, basically.
There's no answer. No.
All right. So
all right, go ahead.
So based off of that, right?
Yep.
If
now,
there's
I don't want to cut you up. I just want to say, when you go into relationships, you're gonna change it a little bit. Just
okay.
letting you know.
Okay, that's cool. Right. So now you're in a relationship.
Mm-hmm.
Based off of, there's no way to quantify that, right? What you're saying is there's no way to tell who gives the best advice in a relationship that you're in. There's no way to tell that the girls that you're messing with, who's getting the better advice, or, you know what I'm saying? There's no way to tell that. Is basically what you're saying. Are you agreeing with that statement, that there's no way to tell, that just from the outside looking in, there will be no way for people to tell, hey, Smiley gives her good advice. I think he gives her a lot better, judgment calls in that relationship. Then, hey, I think old girl gives better advice than Smiley. Like, Smiley kind of needs her because, you see what I'm saying? Like, she makes such good calls. She just makes his life better. So what I'm saying is which is more normal for the outside looking in to assume that your girl is making just as much judgment and character calls as you are, or you're making the better judgment character calls than your girl? Which is more normal to you?
You gonna let me answer, or you want to say what you gotta say first? I'll remember.
All right, cool.
Go ahead. You can say what you gotta say. I remember. But you asked me 3 things.
Well,
Go ahead.
I want to say about the thing about discernment, you can be wrong with that because people go, like you said, based off of, like, okay, someone could have gone to prison. I'm just using this as an example, and they're automatically looked at. They could have got out and turned their life around, become a whole new person. But people are automatically gonna look at them and be like, "You're a criminal, or you stole one time. Now you're automatically a thief. Like you can't. Your jacket is dirty automatically." So
That's a lack of discernment, though. What y'all saying is judgment. Like that's what.
Was you done? Done.
My bad. But she keeps on saying the narrative as, okay, you could have discernment, but then once you don't have discernment, then what you gonna do? Like if you don't have, either you have it or you don't have it. So I'm just saying, in any example that you're giving, if you're saying the person has discernment, how can they not have discernment? How can they not have discernment if they have discernment? Discernment is good choices, basically. The choices that work out best for you. If
is that what it is?
Yes, because if somebody has good discernment,
are you
hold on.
100% sure with that?
I'm gonna look it up.
Please.
I'm gonna look it up because I don't want to be wrong. And what did I say? I said discernment is having good judgment. That's what I believe.
I don't think it's good or bad, but go ahead.
All right, let's look this up.
The ability to perceive, understand, and judge things accurately.
Accurately, good judgment.
Especially things that are not obvious.
That's good judgment. You can't have bad judgment and have good judgment. It's either good judgment or bad judgment.
You gotta understand.
No. Accurate means good or bad. We're not gonna say accurate doesn't mean what it means, though.
Hold on, please. Hold on, Erika, you too. Hold on. What we can't do, right? And we all have to practice this. What we can't do is read a definition and add words in the definition that weren't added. Hold on, please. We don't want to add words in the definition that weren't used in the definition.
Right.
So if you're using a word to define another word, that's not the definition. You understand what I'm saying? Wait. No, hold on, please. Because we have people watching us. Please.
Exactly.
Let's do this the right way.
So not accurate doesn't mean good.
That's not what we're gonna say.
Why can't accurate mean good?
Bro, hold on.
Accurate means correct.
Exactly. So correct don't mean good.
Correct
is good or bad, because bad is not correct. Bro, how can it be bad and be correct? How can it be bad and be correct?
You can't do that.
How can it be bad and be correct?
You can't play thesaurus when somebody's saying a whole definition.
Oh my God.
You can't do that. You can't take out, that's called selective hearing.
You are selective hearing if you're saying that good doesn't mean accurate. If it doesn't, if it didn't say accurate, I could say, okay, yes, it just means judgment. That's what y'all standing on, right? Y'all said it just means judgment. It doesn't mean good or bad, accurate or inaccurate. You see what I'm saying? It works out for you. My point was, if you have discernment, it works out in your favor. If that doesn't mean accurate, then what does accurate mean?
It don't mean that. But listen,
oh my
if you want to do, if you want to have, because listen, hold on. No, because we gotta close this, Erika. Hold on. Let us get our closure with what we talking about first, and then you can say what you gotta say. Listen to what I'm saying. I'm not saying that you're wrong. Cause stop, bro. Could we have a grown man ass conversation, like straight up, like we on YouTube. We gotta have better quality than this. What I'm saying, and you can be the discourser. You can be the person that's like, yo, I'm gonna challenge this, whatever. You can do that, but let's have integrity to the definition. Now, if you want to say, well, let's look up this and let's do this, because this ain't even the topic. But if we want to talk about that, then that's fine. But what she said, and this is what I said. We're guilty by public opinion before we even take it to court, because the one thing that's important in court is the specific words that are used, not what the words mean, not what the words mean by themselves. It's what the definition means entirely for that specific thing that you're saying. So we looked at one specific thing that we're saying, and then you just said, oh, it means good. You can't do that, and I'm telling you why. Because they're saying a whole bunch of other things that support that word, or that word supports everything else that they're saying. You're overlooking everything else to just try to define one word that fits your narrative or fits your definition. You cannot do that when you got young people that's watching us, that's listening to us, think we know what the fuck we talking about. And we fucking don't. When we're sitting here and saying accurate means good. That's fucking, bro. And I'm not even arguing with you about that, but I'm just gonna sit here and listen. And if you just going on a whole tangent, because we have to be able to give sound advice. If we're saying something and we don't know, we have to understand, okay, I don't know, you don't know, she don't know, let's look it up. And then let's take a second to pause and identify all of that, but understand why what she said is different than what you said. And not that you're wrong or you're right, but understand what we're trying to convey in the message. If you just sit here and say, that's right, I told you, it means good, it's like you're fighting to prove yourself right. And we all want to understand the same thing. We want to understand what you're thinking. We want people to understand what we're saying. We want her to get her point across, but we got to do it that way. And I don't want to sound like I'm lecturing because I do the same fucking shit. But when we're sitting here and we're yelling at each other to get our point across, it doesn't look good when we're on live in front of all these fucking people, bro. We doing a lot.
So just let me know when I can speak.
You just waiting to just argue, bro.
I'm
like,
not waiting to argue.
But yo, are you absorbing what I'm saying though? Like,
yes, but I don't want a false narrative. No, E, let me say what I gotta say before I forget it, please. Because
we have a discourse right now.
So all I'm saying is I listened and I heard you, but I don't agree with what you're saying. If we're saying what does accurate mean, the reason why I said it means good or it means that you have a good sense of discernment, right? Because that is important. Like you said, we can't misinform the kids. So what does accurate mean? That's what we had to say. Okay, Chris, what does accurate mean? Of information, measurements, statistics, etc., correct in all details. Okay, hold on, bro. Cause you're sitting here cutting me off. Don't cut me off. Don't cut me off. Don't cut me off. Don't cut me off. Do not cut me off. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. If you want to sit here and go down a rabbit hole, we could do that, bro. All I'm saying is,
you keep saying correct,
bro. I'm getting hot, bro. I'm really getting hot. It's about to be fuck this discourse for real, because I'm trying to sit here and explain something, and you keep cutting me off like. And then you're telling me, oh, hold on. No, nigga, we're not going to do that. So either you going to let me talk and we going to do this podcast, or I'm not going to be a part of this shit. Because, my nigga, I got better shit to be doing on a Sunday. For real. So let me know, what do you really want to do? You want to let me talk? Or you want to keep on cutting me off?
Now, this is an example.
Okay, you want to keep on cutting me off. Fuck this shit. I'm out. Fuck up. I don't gotta sit here and fucking listen to no fucking. Oh no, you can't say what you gotta say. No, nigga, I'm a grown ass man. If I can't say what I gotta say, fuck this shit.
Sorry about that, y'all.
Well, what I wanted to say was about.
I'll apologize to him later. I ain't even honestly. I'm gonna be real with y'all. And I'm not trying to. Now, what I just said was 110%. You know what I mean? And it's several things that I'm not even gonna go into, right? But at the end of the day, if he felt that way, if he felt like he had a guy, instead of sitting here and just talking, like I'm allowing him to talk and say what he's saying. Yeah, I said that because in the definition that he was given, it didn't say good in that definition at all. You know what I mean? And so.
And accurate doesn't mean good. It depends on the
context
not good or bad.
That
you're using.
Go ahead.
If you're saying something's accurate, that just means correct. Like I already said before you looked that up, that accurate means correct. That just means you're right if somebody asks you a question, you got it correct. It could be about something bad. Like you could be right about something that's bad. Like you could be like, oh, this person is going to die. Like you could predict that because they're doing X, Y, Z. But you don't want that to happen. That's not a good thing if they get shot or something happens to them, but using your discernment so it can be good or bad based off of what we're talking about when it comes to accuracy. It's not just a blanket every time something is accurate, that is good. It just means you're right. But you can be right about things that you don't want to be right about.
Like I just wanted him to understand. I don't think he was even trying to understand it. What I was saying to him wasn't that he was wrong. In fact, I said he was right in what he was saying. In the context of how you're using the word, it matters. Like we're looking up discernment, right? When you're saying that somebody should do something or should make something, it doesn't necessarily make it good or bad. It makes it a matter of choice. Choices is a subjective scale. The way that society runs is you could be right, I could be right, right? But the law of the land is what defines whether or not there's going to be a certain consequence behind what you're doing. So then people decide personally what is right and what is wrong according to how they live their life, culturally, how they raise their kids, how they was raised themselves, all of that shit. You know what I mean? And we have other topics to discuss. We was just like what we was talking about really didn't really have really nothing to do with what we was talking about, and it's my fault for bringing it up. I brought up something about, you know, just an image of ASAP and Rihanna, and he automatically said Ice Spice, my bad, Ice Spice. And he was like, yo, like, oh, he, you know, I don't even think he said she fucking him, but we was both on the same page. Like, I was like, yeah, he probably hitting that, whatever. And then La Hefa said, well, shit, how do y'all know? Like, da 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 da. Now, mind you, you're also a fan of ASAP, right?
Not necessarily. It's not even about.
But I know it's not about that. I know it's not about that. No, but because, but if you like somebody, that's going to help you kind of be in their favor. They're not guilty. They're not guilty until you've actually attained all of the facts to really say, well, why is this motherfucker guilty? Like, people could change, people could turn their life around. Nobody's gonna be like this their whole life, like, you know what I mean, whatever. Why do you just assume that? Why are we gonna put this label on this person? People call people snitches that don't even have no paperwork, like, you know what I mean, like stuff like that. So that's what I'm talking about. I really was like, well, when it comes to discernment, I don't think it's one has more than the other, and I'm not pandering. I feel like and it's a situational thing. This is what I was trying to get at, but he's so passionate. And I don't fault him for being passionate. Like, everybody's passionate, you know what I mean? I just look at it like this. We have a responsibility to y'all. And it should never go the way that it went tonight, because that's not what we're here for. We're not for the shock jock. We're not to fight on camera and stuff like that. You know what I mean? If anything like that, I would never, you know, put my hands on him. Like, you feel me? Like, it's not to that. It's never that serious. We up here to inform people, let people know that what we found out, let people know what we're doing, and I look at this as an opportunity for us to try to do something with society, try to give back, try to give information, but from different standpoints. Everybody looks at things a different way. He looks at things a different way. La Hefa looks at things a different way. We'll never have a disagreement to the point where we just raising our voice and we just yelling, having a yelling contest. Not really gonna do that, because I feel like we've grown to that point. I just turned 40. I'm not that type of dude, and I'm taking the time to say this because we take this serious. Like, we come up here, we talk about stuff, but we gonna get to the other shit regardless. But just to understand, like, that's not what it is. Like, I'm not about arguing with people that I fucks with. You know what I mean? It's not about that. But sometimes people have disagreements, especially when we're talking about something that's, you know, a little bit different than their lifestyle. I say it all the time. I've been around like harsh people. I've been in harsh situations, and I appreciate being around somebody that hasn't experienced the things that I've experienced, or at least to the capacity of things that I've experienced, because I don't know what anybody else has been through, but at least to experience things from the level that I've experienced them. So I want to hear people that have other different walks of life and have other ways to look at things. But I also want to be neutral. You know what I mean? I don't want to just be like, well, I feel this way because I believe this, or I feel this way. And I'm really open to, like, yo, you could say however you feel. Like, that's you. Like, when you talk about aliens and you want to talk about demons taking over and stuff like that or whatever, I want to hear it because you have more knowledge about those things than I do. So I want to hear it, but I know a lot of people don't want to hear that. Like, the majority of the people don't want to hear that. Not in the space that we're in. You know what I mean? Now, if we were more to that space, they would definitely want to hear that. But I mean, not for nothing. Like, it's important that, you know, that we work together because of the differences. But again, I don't know what people be going through until they tell me. I'm an open book to most people, and some people I tell stuff that, you know, I don't tell anybody else. I know I've told him things in confidence. You know what I mean? And I just feel like, you know, for it to get the way that it got, I'm a grown man, this and that. You know what I mean? Like, that's extra. That's extra.
I just, well, about the topic, and again, we're sorry for that because you don't condone that. We're trying to get away from the argument and the yelling and trying
it's hard,
to have
man.
a calm conversation. But it's, and for about the topic about, and then we can wrap that up and go on to the next thing. About ASAP Rocky and Ice Spice. It wasn't about him personally. I was saying my opinion, and I don't know if he did it or not. Maybe he was cheating. But I'm saying anytime a man usually, well, we all judge people. We all do it. But specifically when men always do this, anytime they see a woman with a man, they automatically assume that they are sleeping with them, or that is a question that gets posed. Like, you think he hit that? And that's what I'm saying. And then it also goes two ways. The man might be interested in a woman, but that don't mean she want him. So or even if she did, if he's in a relationship, maybe she has integrity and she don't want to sleep with a man that's in a relationship. And okay, Ice Spice is the way she is specifically in this, so you could be like, okay, the way her image is, it appears like she might be someone that would be okay with being a side chick or whatever. But what I'm saying is it's not fair to just assume every time you see a man and a woman outside together that it can't just be a platonic thing, especially in the industry. They work together. Part of their job is to interact with other people, and they might be of the opposite sex. You shouldn't automatically. That's like if you're a regular person, like you have a normal 9 to 5, and you're not, and if you're gonna think every time that your man or your woman goes out and they're doing premieres and doing whatever, that they're out there sleeping with someone else, and they might not even be doing that, they might really just be working. If you can't handle that, and that's always going to be your first thought, because you could be wrong, like, then you probably shouldn't date someone that's in that industry. If you're always, and it's not fair to assume that when we don't know these people. I've heard people see someone walking down the street, it would be a woman walking with a bunch of guys or 2 guys or something, and I'm not saying it's wrong to assume that. They might be going to run a train on her, but they could be her family members. She could be a lesbian. You don't know these people, so it's unfair sometimes to assume that, because you, without having, I just think you need to gather further information before you act on your discernment, because discernment is not the act. That's what you do before you make the act. It's your thought
and just
process.
read the definition. Do you mind reading the definition of discernment one more time, and then we can move on?
Discernment is the ability to perceive, understand, and judge things accurately, especially things that are not obvious. So it said especially things that are not obvious. So to you, it might be obvious because you've seen them together that, oh, they're together, it's a man and a woman, so they must be, that might be obvious. But it says especially things that aren't obvious, where you need to have a deeper level of thinking to come to that conclusion, because you can't see it on the forefront.
So that's the definition. Whether you guys decide whether that's good or bad,
It depends on the context.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like cheating in this situation, yeah, cheating is wrong because it.
But I really wanted to say, like, when you talk about relationships, that's both people, isn't it? Like, it's not just one person that got the person pregnant.
She has the want.
The dude already had whatever intentions, whether it was good or it was bad, and she knew what she wanted, and to a certain extent, she knew that, like, a lot of times you fucking with a broke nigga, he started off broke, he wasn't rich, you know what I mean? He was already broke, or he was rich, and then lost all his money after he got you pregnant. Like, I find that hard to believe, you know. So with that, and then the dude messing with the hoe that everybody smashing. How many niggas do I know that done messed with somebody else joint? Like, that's like normal. I know dudes that probably wouldn't, but I know more dudes that would. I think
use that as an example.
Dudes, like, when it comes to like selecting women, like, either they don't have no women or they have a lot of women and they gotta figure out who they want.
Sorry, and it's coming from a place of desperation more so because, like, that's what you want. Right. So your emotion, like I said, is overriding the fact and the fiction of the matter because you want it more than it makes sense. Which is not a good, like I said, in this context that we're talking about, that's not good. You should go with the better judgment of that's going to have the best outcome in the situation. If you know something is not going to end well for you, then it would be best to make a decision based on that.
And that's where I think he was getting at, like, with men having better discernment of it, because we should be able to look at it the way that you look at it. Like, he got 3 kids, like, with her, they married, like, why would he fuck it up now? She a billionaire.
But I'm not even saying he didn't do it. I use it as a general. There's the specific people, but I'm saying we don't know them. Maybe he did. I'm not saying that he didn't. I don't know that. I'm saying we don't know these people. And then you said he cheated quickly. Who did you know of someone that he actually got caught cheating with?
I don't know who they were. I know they were talking about he had cheated with somebody or whatever. Some girl was texting him or something. There was messages, and this was like a few years ago. But then they ended up, I guess everything was cool. I don't know how.
Well, because they never speak, so
right.
We'll never really know what happened. That's
so like it could just be a rumor, but it was circulating for a minute, and all the popular social media influencers were talking about it, and they were like, "Oh, she is not immune," and all this other stuff. You know what I mean? Like, anybody could get it. You know, it was a lot of that talk, and boom, they had another child. So whether they worked it out, whether they got counseling, whether it didn't ever happen, it was just a rumor. Nobody spoke on it from their camp to say whether it was true or false, but it was out there. But in other news, the Black Wall Street event was a success. I think it was a success because of the amount of people that came out there, the amount of opportunity for all of these small business owners, some of these vendors. I think that was like a really big move for New Haven to do something like that. And like they were telling me that this was the 4th one. So it's the 4th annual Black Wall Street event. One of the things we was looking at is like, yo, they was towing people and giving people tickets.
You were saying it on the mic. I'm trying to save you.
But I'm like, yo, like, y'all having a whole event y'all want people to pull up at, and y'all not taking it easy on the parking. Like, that's crazy.
And they were standing there waiting. As soon as they see somebody
it was so crazy.
Like, you got 5 minutes.
Yeah, they was on it. They was looking at their meters, like they was on it. But it was a good event. Shout out to a lot of entertainers that was out there. Rue Williams was out there. Yeah, I know some of y'all from Hartford know about Rue Williams, whatever. He was out there. It was straight. Definitely, if you are a black-owned business, or if you're not a black-owned business, but you want to participate, I don't think they're going to discriminate if you're not black. They don't say you got to be black to do it. You know what I mean? But it's just called the Black Wall Street event, and it's dope. You know, it got my stamp of approval. You check out the videos. Like we got videos of us walking around interviewing some of the people that was there. It was great. It was a great opportunity for us. I just turned 40. It's crazy.
Belated birthday.
Thank you. Do you got the liquor?
Oh yeah.
I need a shot.
Yeah.
People keep hurting my feelings, man. I got feelings, man. I got feelings. You know, ain't nothing wrong with a guy having feelings, y'all. It's not. Sometimes we gotta have it. You know what I mean? A lot of times, I'll be honest. A lot of times when I go through or experience something, I'll be honest, it's good for me to talk to somebody. You know who that person is that I talk to? OD. You feel me? So just take this as my online apology if I rub you the wrong way. Sometimes I don't know when to shut up. And that's a humble part of me that I don't have sometimes. You know, two men are talking, we gonna yell at each other, we gonna whatever, bite each other head off, but I still love that nigga. You know what I mean? Pause. No big. You know, at the end of the day. I couldn't say that when he was yelling at me because I got still say on my nigga testosterone and shit, but nah, like, you know what I mean? Like, it is what it is. Like, you know what I mean? Niggas do what they do. It is what it is. Nah, but it's a lot. Like, all right, like, first of all, you don't want somebody to try to prove you wrong. Like, why you trying to prove me wrong? So, like, at the end of the day, when I say stuff, and I'm not saying that I know everything, but when I say stuff, I'm coming from more of a what are they fucking called? An advocate standpoint. So I'm looking at an objective perspective. So I'm not really saying that anybody's right or wrong, but to find a middle ground in between what everybody is saying. Because there has to be a winner. You know what I mean? So it's like, I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. I'm just saying that both of you can be right. But I'm just saying, in the sense of what the actual word was, it didn't mean
that's why I was
good or bad. And we got to stop taking our emotions out of words. There's emotion behind things that are said, but it's in the context. It's not in the actual word. The actual word, good means good and bad means bad, right?
And that's why I was trying to think.
But those are feelings.
Say that, then it wouldn't
those are
God.
Feelings. Like, good and bad is feelings.
Because I wasn't going to say that. That's what I was saying.
And so that's why I'm trying to tell you, and what we saying, like, whenever we say something to somebody or we tell somebody something, I'm a fucking I'm not just like a person that just say shit. Like, I really analyze everything that I say, because people be taking clips out of shit and then be like, oh, this nigga said this. You know what I mean? So you really gotta mean exactly what you're saying and be able to convey that in a certain way. It's hard. Like, public speaking and rapping is different. Like speaking to public in a certain way is different than actually, you know, when you actually have, like, I have debates all the time. It's not the first time that somebody walks away when I'm having a debate and they're very upset, but we got upset over something that, like, everybody looking at it would probably be like, yo, that's so minuscule, but it's over time. If he feels like he's been interrupted over time for so many times or whatever, it's a build-up type of shit. But I'm just sitting here like, okay, well, we having a conversation about something that was really like just a term of something. So it's really like, okay, nobody want to be made like, I don't know what I'm talking about on camera. And so I'm like, yo, like, we just look like we looking up the definitions. Like we doing a service to people because everybody watching should know what it is. But I promise you, 90% of the people don't even know what the fuck the argument was about. They probably be looking at it like, yo, like that shit do mean good or some shit like that, and I would be like, you're wrong. Like, you know what I mean? And I would say the same thing to him if he brought it up again, and we probably argue about it again. But I'm telling you, the reason that I said what I said is because when you're saying something about a particular phrase, the whole definition, everything that's put together is to make a meaning. It's not just one part of that. It could be positive depending on the context that it's used in. It could be negative depending on the context that it's used in. But words are just words, like, at the end of the day. But I'm just saying, like, if you say something to me that's in the dictionary that got like 30 definitions, I'm going to be able to argue with you. But there's words in the because I used to have to write the dictionary when I got in trouble in detention, and I remember run had like fucking 30 definitions and shit. Jump had like 30 definitions and shit. You know what I mean? Like those words, like it's like 2 pagers for those words. You know what I mean? And so you're like damn, like it mean all this shit. But when you look at the internet is gonna give you that first definition is usually what people are talking about, and then everything else they just go up with that. But if somebody's trying to argue with you, they could be like, well, it also means this. But then I could say, okay, well, the English language has so many meanings for anything. So if we want to be direct, if we want to just say discernment is good, then we could say, I would say so, right? I would agree. We could both agree that having discernment is good. We wouldn't disagree with that. But to say most people don't have discernment, I would say let's look that up.
I think
we have discernment
that goes into it. I think age, your environment, that's how you learn it from, like you said, he mentioned that experiences that can shape, because maybe you were,
and you can't know things that are not obvious if you don't have experience.
Right. And that's what I'm saying. It specifically said, especially things that are not obvious.
Ignorance is bliss. A lot of people don't know a lot of shit. So most people probably don't have discernment. And that's why I said I didn't agree that men have more, because men make terrible choices all the time. Especially when we get to relationships. Like, niggas do that shit probably more than women do it, because men are thinking with their dick. But let's not even go into that, because we only have both of us here. I got nothing but time, because I don't gotta work tomorrow. But the civilians in majority black town formed armed patrol to protect community from white supremacists.
So they basically formed a community, formed their own police with the people in the town, because they felt like the police that they did have didn't have the best interest of people of color. So they came together as a community to help improve that, to make sure that black people are protected. You think that's a good idea? There was an episode on the Shy where they did that. Like, they defunded the police, and the people in the town, like there was a couple people, Trig, if anybody watching the Shy, Trig and Shy, they basically, people would call them instead of the cops. If there was a domestic violence, if there was whatever, different situations, they would call them, and he had other people working for him, like security, and he did have a gun, but they did it to try to eliminate the deaths or the unalivings that are caused when the cops are called, because it's at a high rate in our community, and they wanted to be able to solve it in a more efficient way that didn't involve people losing their lives. But do you think that's something that's implemented? Do you think it would be effective?
So we've talked about this before many times. Not this in particular, but something in relation to this. My stance is the same. I believe that in order for us to be successful as a culture, we're going to need people that are willing to put their life on the line for the cause, whatever that cause is. If it's really that serious, and I don't want to say that to be like no anarchist or nothing like that, but OD would normally say, because you know what happened before, you know, we shouldn't even do that. We should try to get, you know, our mindset, whatever, spiritual, whatever, because the only thing that's going to happen is they're going to stop us. They're going to try to do us like Black Wall Street back in 1921 or whatever. They're going to do us like that. So I'm like, okay, well, if we don't try, we'll never be successful. If we continue to just be like, I'm not going to do it, then it'll never happen. You know what I mean? Because we're afraid of what might happen. So I think it's great. I think it's great that we got somebody that's trying to protect us. I think it's great that we got somebody that's looking out for us. I think we need more of it. But we need people that have justified intentions, not just justified, but positive intentions, the best intentions for our community. I don't think we need somebody that's out there that's just throwing their weight around and trying to enforce law on us and stuff like that. I think we definitely need people that's really going to be encouraging, supportive, you know, bring breakfast to the kids and help the kids with their homework and shit like that. Like the Black Panthers, like that's a beautiful thing. And we got something like that. As long as they're non-violent. Like they're not looking for trouble. They just looking to make sure that we safe. And there's nothing wrong with that. As long as they don't have to do anything.
Yeah,
then,
that should be the last result.
Right.
Yeah, I agree.
My friend said, because of what's going on in Washington, D.C., right? You know what's going on in Washington, D.C., right? Okay. In Washington, D.C., Trump took over the National Guard, right? So he has a National Guard, like, patrolling the streets or whatever. So they got, like, martial law kind of in Washington. Right? So it's like, yeah, it's kind of crazy. So that's the short end of it. I don't know all the specifics. I don't know if they have a curfew. I just know that the National Guard is roaming around in Washington.
You do that in other countries. If you get caught outside past a certain time, there's severe punishment.
But I'm just saying, to that point, because what you were talking about was about, you know, the black military, you know, helping out, you know, protecting them from, you know, the Klan or whatever, or white supremacists. It's just the same as like how my friend felt. Like the police are here to protect, or the army is here to protect and serve. You know, they're just making sure that you're safe. How do you feel about that? And she was like, I don't feel good. Like I don't feel comfortable with them sitting across the street and they hungry. I come outside and they right there, like, you know. But yeah, they're friendlies though. You know what I mean? If something crazy is happening, they're there to make sure nothing crazy happens. It's like I still don't feel like I'm free. Like I feel like, you know what I mean? I'm like, I get what you're saying. It's like they're supposed to be there to protect you, but like now they're just like, every time you come in, like, good morning, ma'am, you know what I mean? You just see them right there. Like it's like you live on a fucking on a military installation or some shit. And some people, civilians, don't really feel comfortable with that. They want to see regular people, like that's not like robots, because they think that military people are robots. Like, so we had our own black military. Would they feel like okay, I feel comfortable and protected, or do I feel like, damn, this motherfucker breathing down my neck? Like, why? Go home, like, Roger.
And that's what Amanda Seal mentioned in one of her videos. She was saying that when she said, well, I don't necessarily agree that all cops are bad, but that's what she said. But she's saying because that's your job. So you can't go and they can't. If they go against, they could get fired because they all stick together. Even when someone does something, just like when that guy, yeah, he should have listened. That guy when he punched out his window and dragged him out of the car, and one cop
William
hit him.
McDaniels Jr.
Yeah, the other cops just stood there and watched, although they know that was wrong. And that's how they do. They stick together, and you can't go against your job in any capacity in most cases because you might lose your job, and this is how you're providing for yourself and feeding your family if you have one, and this is your livelihood. So it would be in your best interest to just shut up and say. So your interest may not be what the overall the people in charge of you, what they think is the best interest for the world. You may not agree, but if you don't do it, then you may risk losing your job. So I think there are some good cops, but what she said, you can't make a change from within. You have to do it another way, because if you're working for people that are against us, you have to follow their ideology and their rules. If you go against it, they're gonna kick you. You're out of the club. You can't.
I don't know, like, I don't like her, but but I agree. Like somebody has said to me before, and everything I don't know everything, but I've had experiences with people I know, cops. Somebody, an older, wiser person, told me when I was, I don't know, probably like 19, told me if I wanted to become a police officer, then I should do it because I'm a good kid, whatever. And he was like, if they don't want to respect that you a cop, then bust their ass. Pause. And I was like, you know what? You're right. And I was talking to my boy about it, and we was thinking about either being a firefighter or being a cop. And then he's like, I don't want to be no cop. I don't want to be no snitch. And then I was like, yo, you know what? I'm gonna be a firefighter. And we was thinking about it, and we never did it. But my boy ended up becoming the chief of the fire department. You know what I mean? So I was like, shit, that's dope. So shout out to him. But like some people got it in them to do certain things. Like I was talking to a former military friend of mine, and we were having a conversation about, we can get into conversations about gender roles. And he's a married man and telling me about married life and don't do it. And he was like, yo, like, women have this idea that they don't need a man. They can do everything on their own. And I was like, yeah, I know, that's just modern society. It don't matter what race. And he was like, yeah, like, you know, even the only place that it didn't matter really was in the military. And even in there, they've taken over in that too. We've seen it. You know what I mean? Being in the military, we've actually seen how women are, you know, not sergeant majors, but captains and chiefs and all of this. The reason they not sergeant majors is because you got to put in heavy work to be a sergeant major. So I don't be seeing too many women sergeant majors. But it is, I think it is some, but these are like hardcore, you know, G.I. Jane type women. Like they, you know, they not built the same. You know what I mean? But normally, you know, they're in the medical field, but they're in the infantry. They're out there. They gotta shoot with us and everything, and some of them can do it. They don't have to do the same push-ups that we do, but some of them probably could do close to the same amount of push-ups that we do the regular way. Like, you know what I mean? Some of them are so strong and fast, you'd be like, dang, is she a chick? Like, it's really like that, like, you know what I mean? But when I have to think about, damn, I'm putting my life on the line with her, I'm looking to make sure that she's safe before I'm looking to make sure that the dude is safe. And it's like, it's just weird because it's just like automatically in my mind, like I want to keep the woman safe. That's a liability out there in the field. You know what I mean? But we don't look at it that way. Like, yo, she's a soldier too. She could, she could shoot 300-meter targets and all this other shit. Yeah, she could do that, but damn, like when we in the situation, is she gonna be able to do that? Like, is she gonna be able to focus and not panic and not freak out and be like, oh, my kids?
People, especially when they're in a certain situation where it's like a life or death, your emotions are gonna take over. If you've never been in that situation before, it's different when you're training and preparing for it because you're not really in danger. I mean, you can be because you're working with guns and stuff. You talk about that, but they're not. That's not their intent. You're training. But when you actually in that situation and your life on the line, that's a lot of people can't. It's what is it? What's the fight or flight?
Oh, right.
Going to fight or flight mode. And some people just freeze. They don't do fight or flight. They just.
There's some situations that you just have no. You have no protection over. Like, there's nothing you can do in a situation. Like, if you're in a vehicle and get hit by a RPG or something like that, there's nothing you can do. You know what I mean? You a sitting duck. You just gotta pray to whatever God you believe in and hope for the best. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, that's just how it is. And it feels like life is like that. Life is like that RPG. Like, you could walk out the house and everything could be good, or you could walk out the house and everything could end. But how you wake up in the morning, like, okay, my birthday was on Thursday. When I woke up, the first thing I thought about was like, I'm gonna read this particular part of the Bible for the whole day, because it was like a protection. And I have no control over things that are out of my control, and things are just going to play out the way that they're going to play out. But I do have the ability to make certain choices for myself. I can go left, I can go right. So that's just how it is. And choosing to take the easy route or the wrong turn or whatever is not good to myself. So, like, I woke up, I was like, yo, it's my birthday, I'm probably not going to work out. I did 100 push-ups. I did like 90 sit-ups. No, I'm lying, 80 sit-ups. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to go see my father.
Did you do 10 sets? How do you do it? Yeah, I know you were just
Nah, I did
I mean, not 10
four sets of 20. 4 sets of 20 with the leg ups on the bench on the decline, and 4 regular sit-ups on the incline.
You put your leg up.
I was laying down and I just let my legs lift up, but I never let it hit the ground until I finished the set.
Yeah, because you can really feel it when your legs.
Keep your legs up off the ground, and you bring your legs up as high as you can, and then bring them back down. Just don't touch the ground. Bring them back up as high as you can. Do that 20 times. And then after that, then you do the sit-ups. You holding the weight on your chest. But after a while, I end up holding on my stomach. But I hold the 30-pound weight on me, and I just do sit-ups on the incline. I do 20 of those. And then right after that, I do push-ups on my fingers. I do push-ups on my hands upside down. I do push-ups on my hands side to side. It's probably not regulated shit. Like, you're not supposed to do that shit. Fuck this shit up. But I still do it. And I feel it. I feel stronger every time I do it. I just gotta keep doing it. I can't stop. I gotta make sure I do it every day. So the way I got it set up in my head is like every time before I take a shower, I'm working out. I'm like, all right, before I take a shower, I'm gonna work out, so I can really like earn my shower. That's what we used to say in the military, like don't air your shot.
I'm trying to work out more. I got my ab puncher or whatever it's called. I don't think it's something for your abs. And I have not walked a lot. I'm trying to be. I wanna be healthy, but I also want to lose weight because I've gained a lot of weight and it's unattractive to me. So I want to be in better shape, but I also want to be healthy because I see a lot of people. I feel like most people that are passing away now are not from natural causes. They're either getting unalived, like pew, or they're getting sick. No one, I don't want to say no one, but the cases that I've been hearing lately over the last couple of years, it's like, it's not just, oh, they passed away in their sleep because they were old. Something happened. They were sick, they had a heart attack, they had a stroke. Somebody unalived them. They were getting chased by the cops and they were unalived. The cops so it's just crazy. But in terms of health, I guess that's the only part I can control. I'm not a gangster, so I don't partake in that. But like, I help what I put in my body and, staying active physically. And I'm working on that because I want to be around. But guys, I seen something that they were talking about robloks. If you guys have any kids that are tuned in and you let your kids use Roblox, then you need to monitor it. There was a guy that was on Roblox and he was catching predators, like people, adults that were up there trying to find children and trying to lure them away or whatever.
No, they got a dating service on Roblox.
Yeah, but this part is important. Yeah, they're supposed to be implementing that or it started. But
that's for kids.
He got arrested. I mean, not arrested. They kicked him off of the platform. This guy that was catching predators, okay? They blocked his account, kicked him off the platform, and then they said they implemented, like a dating group within the Roblox app. Because there's a bunch of different apps, to my understanding, within that app. Like there's different games and groups and rooms that you can go to. So they now have a dating option where you can meet people. And the program, the app, Roblox, was intended for children, so that shouldn't be a thing. And there's also a group up there where you can go in the bathroom. Someone was reacting to them. They were showing the content. Like there's a group where it's like you go in the bathroom and the avatars are nude. The avatars before used to look like blocks, right? Because it's called Roblox. Now they have art. They're developed. They're more like anime type characters where they're thick. The women are thick and like more humanly looking, and it's inappropriate for children. And then they have this group in there where they're in the bathroom and they're doing sexual acts. I can't say the word. And they're showing body parts and stuff. Like it's all cartoon or AI computer generated or whatever. But that is still inappropriate for children. That should not even be on that platform if it was supposed to be intended for children to use. And it seems like they're perpetuating this. They want people to be PDF files because I can't say the word, but PDF files. They want people to be that because why would you block someone's account that's catching predators? Like, and then you're doing all this other stuff that's against the notion that you would want these people to get caught. That's a good thing. Yeah. Why would you kick that person off the platform or make it so that they don't have access anymore? If you shouldn't want predators to get caught, I would think. But I think it's also it's either you're for this, like you're a part of the problem, you want predators to be there, or you don't care where the money is coming from. Anybody that uses your platform, you just want the money, so it doesn't matter to you what are happening to the people that use it. or the children.
I wouldn't ban their account, but then you gotta also look at it from, yes, a business perspective. It kind of will violate their terms of agreement of protecting all the users on the platform. So even though the user on the platform, because there shouldn't be no grown people on Roblox, that's ridiculous, but even though there's a person, a predator that's on the platform, somebody is manipulating them on the platform, and it goes against the protected rights for that predator. So that could be for anybody.
Like a criminal.
It could just be for anybody.
They're supposed to protect the criminal and.
But that's not. But they're not the police.
No, but I'm saying it's the same sense because it's their business. So
right.
Everybody
got exactly.
It's supposed to protect the criminal.
You understand?
And the victim.
Exactly. So it's not like, damn, cause like what you're saying, like this person, like they should hire that motherfucker. You know what I mean? That motherfucker, like, what's the nigga, Chris Hansen? You know what I mean? So they should want that motherfucker to do it, but that sends a message to all the users, like, damn, it's people up here perpetrating, trying to, you know what I mean? What if they did catch somebody that wasn't a predator, and then they was just talking to them because they was a certain age, and they thought the other person was a certain age, and they was like talking to them to groom them, not making it right, but say they had no intentions of doing anything with them, but they liked this person. Maybe they was like 20 or something like that, and the person that's on the platform, they said that they were 16, and they were like, okay, I like you, or whatever, you about to graduate from high school, you know what I mean, I just graduated from that school, whatever, and we played Roblox together. I don't know what the age group for Roblox, but I think it's probably young. But if it's somebody like that, and then the person is pretending to be somebody that's that age, that's that close to this person's age, don't you think that would be a little bit different in this case? Because that would, like, they wouldn't really, would you still consider them to be a predator because they're out of high school talking to a person that's about to be out of high school? How would you look at that?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
So say for instance, they're doing the catch a predator shit, and they decide to choose a person that is close to the age of not being a minor anymore, and then they're talking to a person that's just outside of the age of being a minor. So maybe they're like 19 or 20 years old, but they're talking to a 16-year-old, but they don't know that the 16-year-old is younger, and then they have them like, oh, you talking to this little girl or whatever, but you 20. I mean, he not like fucking 15 something years old or whatever, but he's still older than her. Still has a little bit more experience. Probably not like much life experience, but he has a little bit more experience than her. So what do you think about that particular situation, you being a woman?
I think what do you think? What do I think the consequence would be? Is that what you're asking?
Well, do you think it's okay for somebody to be on this platform finding predators and find that person as a predator?
What, are they Dexter? Like, why are they?
No. Like the person. Okay, the person on the person on Roblox that they banned from the platform or whatever was just a person that was trying to help. Now, what if that person that's trying to help, they get a person that's like, you know, they're young, but they saw this young girl that's close to their age, and she looks like she might be a little bit older, but she's not. They know she's 16, he's 19, or whatever. I'm not even gonna give him 20. He's 19, he's older than her. He's trying to talk to her, and then they hit him with the whole, "Oh, I got you. I'm really a dude. I'm not a 16-year-old girl."
Because you're just as bad as the person, because you were You're saying that the person that caught them did that?
The person catches this 20-year-old boy and says, "Yo, why you trying to talk to a minor?"
So he was pretending to be.
No.
The person that caught him
Was pretending to be 16.
Yeah.
Catfishing him so he could catch him. Because that's literally what he's doing, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah.
Well, I don't know. They never said how he was catching people.
But I would assume it would have to be something like that. You on a platform, you got to pretend to be something else to get them.
They have group chats, like even in that that app that I was using where you could talk to people. You go to the club and it's like avatars, but you can put your real picture.
But how do he determine that they're a predator? He's just like, oh, he's trying to talk to these little girls. Let me get this guy.
You could be in a public chat, and that's what I'm saying, and you could see everybody. It could have been that way, like what you're saying, but they also have public chat rooms where everybody's just typing stuff, because that even happened on that Club Cooley app.
So I'm saying,
like
if he's typing something,
she's 13. Why are you talking to her? Somebody,
okay, like that.
Because it's public, you can see.
Like moderators, like yelling, like shouting them out.
Yeah, not necessarily, but we're all in the.
But I get that. But then, how does it get to the point where now you're pinpointing these people as? Because
you keep seeing them do it, maybe.
Okay, maybe.
If every time you in a group and this person come in.
But then if it's something like that.
And a kid told them.
Well, then if it's. But I'm saying, then if it's something like that, why would they ban their account? Because you just doing a good service.
Like I said, it could be about business because you're losing.
But that doesn't violate their terms of agreement. Like violating the terms of agreement is catfishing. Like that probably would be like, that's what I'm saying. That's the only thing I'm saying. I'm thinking in my head like they probably.
If you're above.
No, but I'm saying them removing a person from their platform because he's doing something. One would think. The reason that he's doing that or the reason that the company is doing that is because it violates their terms of agreement. Why would you not champion that person?
That's what I mean? Saying.
But I'm saying it could be what you're saying, but I'm saying like I don't think in normal case I don't think that would
how they call him because they didn't say that.
I think that nigga was capped. That nigga was pretending to be chicks. Getting niggas, yo. He was on some shit like. Had a wig on and then turned his head like.
And he made multiple.
To catch a predator, like yo.
He made multiple screen names to try to get the same person, and he did it like 3 times in a row, and they were all underage and they didn't care. And then he's like, "Gotcha, this is the 3rd time."
That's nasty work, man.
But he's doing a service. If these people really.
It's good. No, I'm saying it's good. It's nasty work. That. It's people out there that you gotta catch that's doing this shit.
Yeah. It's like the cops. The cops be lying to you. When they try to catch you, they be lying to you. Then they'll let the other person go free, possibly, or get lesser time to make a deal. They both guilty. Why? That shouldn't be on the table. But I get it because they're trying to catch the person or whatever. But you're sitting lying like we saw you on tape. No, you didn't. But then now they really did it. So now they're like.
The funny thing about the law is when a cop gets caught doing that,
that's a violation.
That whole case might get thrown the fuck out. Yeah. If you don't read the Miranda rights, the whole case might get thrown the fuck out.
If their boss is not crooked.
But it's always somebody above somebody. If you got a good lawyer, a lot of times it's something that the cops didn't do because the cops not lawyers. So that's why they saying with the whole the boy, like, because I remember you referenced that William McDaniels Jr. The whole thing about him is compliance. If you comply, things can go wrong. If you comply, things can go right. It's either way, but you're taking a chance. I think you're taking more of a chance by not complying than you are with complying. And I'll tell you why. Cop has probably fought long to get to this position. They may be having a bad day, but I don't think they're going to risk their job unless this is it. Like, they're going to crash out on you. I don't really think they're going to just crash out. So a lot of times I think it's like sometimes you might just do whatever you gotta do and get them out of your hair. They don't want to do the paperwork, they whatever. But if you waste their time and make them have to do something, sometimes they're going to do it because now, you know what, motherfucker, my wife just left me. Oh, nigga, I'm about to fuck you up. And I can hold you for 24 hours. Like, you know what I mean? Like, so you gotta think about it. Unplug their camera. You know what I mean? Like, so a lot of times people just think about, oh, I'm gonna get one. Or oh, I know my rights or whatever. But it's just like in Jay-Z shit. I ain't past the bar, but I know a little bit, enough that you want to legally search my shit. And then he said, let's see how smart you are when the canine comes. Because if you really do got something, they're going to send the door. So they're going to make you wait. They can still make you wait. If you drive off, now they got you. We'll try to evade. So you got to sit there and wait. It's just best to just tell them whatever's going on. They can't search your car unless they got probable cause. So if you do got something in your car, you just stop, give them your registration, make sure your shit good, and you be on your way. If you don't got something in your whip, then just sit there and just deal with the shit anyway. Like, why you trying to do shit and niggas that really got shit is on their best behavior? You fucking it up for people that be driving dirty. Like, chill. Just relax. Don't try to be the next Rodney King, man. Try to get bread. You know what I mean? Like, you know, sometimes it's best to just take the L. Like, you know what I mean? In certain situations, you just gotta know. You gotta know when to fold. That's the song. Know when to walk away.
Know when to run. You gotta count when you sit in that table. But yeah, guys, you gotta monitor what your kids are taking in, the things that
and what they watching on TV. Yeah. Talk about that shit. Yeah, like segue right into that.
Oh yeah, there's this clip of, I don't know, there's some cartoon or something that was on YouTube, and it's called Coconut or something.
Yeah.
And the coconut is the cartoon character. It's a coconut, but then it had like coconuts hanging, like, you know, to symbolize a male's genitalia. And the little girl was dancing to it. She made up her own dance, because at first I thought they had a dance like, what's that one that you like, Gracie's Corner.
Oh yeah, I love that.
I thought like they made up a dance move, but then I look, I'm like, she just made up her own dance. She thought she was just having a good time. That's
Gracie's
her favorite show.
Awesome.
Then her mother or some woman, an adult that was there, she was like, really, what is going on? Because she was looking at it or whatever, and then she seen the genitalia hanging, or that was meant to symbolize. She was like, what is this? This is crazy. You can't watch this no more. What the heck is this or whatever? What do you think about children cartoons having adult content?
Now, me personally, when I grew up, it was a blessing to have cable. Let me tell you that first. When I finally did get cable and I was able to watch Nickelodeon, some of the craziest cartoons I ever seen came on. When MTV had animation, some of the craziest animation I ever seen came on. Like, honestly,
but we didn't know when you were a kid. Nah,
we didn't. But what I did see was Ren and Stimpy, Rocko's Modern Life, Our Real Monsters, a lot of crazy cartoons that came out, 90s cartoons they said, Doug. Some of these cartoons that I saw growing up kind of shaped how I looked at things a little bit, I guess because, you know, my mentor was a diary entry from Doug. You know what I mean? Like my favorite music was a Disney sing-along type, you know what I mean, or something like that. I watched some of these movies. Like, I remember growing up, my favorite cartoon movie was The Sword in the Stone. I still watch it till this day. and that's old. That cartoon came out like the 50s or something. I mean, the animation, superb. You know what I mean? Awesome cartoon, awesome movie. But I watched that and I didn't even realize what I was watching because I thought it was so innocent. It's just a cartoon, but it was so much going on that was crazy. He turned himself into a virus. Yo, the wizard turned himself into a virus and got the witch, Madam Mim, got her sick after she tried to turn into something to delete him in the movie. And then the boy was constantly almost being deleted by a wolf the whole movie. There was so many references to violence and stuff like that. But I wasn't even thinking about it that way. I just thought like, oh, this is so cool, it's innocent. You know, the songs, you know what I mean? I'm singing them because the songs was actually telling you stuff. You know what I mean? It was teachable stuff. And this came out in the 50s. So imagine like kids in the 50s knew about certain things that he was talking about science and stuff like that in this cartoon. So it was kind of crazy. But I definitely enjoyed it. Like that was like, you know, a good cartoon. And most of the time when I'm watching these cartoons, like I said, cable was a privilege. Nobody was paying attention to what I was watching. If I was able to get corn, I would have had corn. Like I was trying to make it through when it was like scrambled up. Thank God for scramblers. You know what I mean? But when the screen was like messed up, I couldn't see everything, and I was still watching it. Oh man, that's a nip. You know what I mean? Like I was in it. Like, you know what I mean? Hearing the noises or whatever, because we was growing up, and our environment was different. You know what I mean? But I seen like a whole bunch of crazy stuff, and then watching that, you know, going back, like I think like parents should pay attention to what goes on in the kids' room. Parents should pay attention. Parents should be nosy. Parents should invade your privacy. Parents should barge in. You know what I mean? Like, here's my theory on it, and I'm not a parent, but my thing is like, there's no closed doors. There's none of that until you're a teenager. And why? Because until you're a teenager, because I want to see how you're growing up. Because then if you're a teenager and you want your privacy, I understand. I've been all up in your business for 13 years. But if you're little, why do you want your room door closed? Why are you comfortable with having your room door closed? If you're older and you're like, oh my God. I know you're going through that rebellious stage and now you want to, you know, you don't want to see my face. I get it. You know what I mean? Whatever. Yeah, all that crazy shit. So I know that, but you should really know what's going on in your kids' life. You should know who their friends are. You should be intrusive with that person, because that person is the most important person in your life. So you have to figure out how you're going to shape the world for that individual. And your attitude shapes the world for that individual. How that person responds to you shapes the world for that individual. What you do with that person shapes the world for that individual. Like, the whole time that you're dealing with this little person, you're shaping them for something somebody else has to deal with in the future. You might not look at it that way, but that's what's going on. They're very perceptive. They see what you're doing. They see what goes on. They see the battles that you win. They see the battles that you lose. They're watching. They're your biggest fan. They're your biggest supporter. So a lot of times when things happen, you have to acknowledge how you're going to respond to your children once this has occurred. You know what I mean? And a lot of times we want our kids to see us in the best light. You know what I mean? So I would say like every single parent lies to their kid. You know what I mean? But they lie for good reasons. You know, stuff that the parent isn't supposed to be doing, they don't do it when they're around their kid. They shouldn't do it when they're around their kid. And then when they're around their kid, they tell their kid not to do it until the kid catches them. Well, that's daddy drink. That's a cigarette is for daddy and mommy. You know what I mean? Like, you know, cursing is for daddy, and those are daddy and mommy words. You know, and it's like, you be like, damn, I gotta wait until I got a kid to say fuck you. You know what I mean? Like, I've been saying that shit since I was fucking able to say it.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Right. But it's crazy. It's beauty behind having children, but we gotta protect them. We gotta do better as a culture, as people in general. We gotta do better. We gotta have more patience. We have to have more patience. I keep losing people. Like out here, the violence and shit like that. We got to have more patience. Please, 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 people. We gotta have more patience. I think the hard thing about it is that the majority of people are selfish, right? And I say this all the time, and I'm gonna put this out there. This is our personal business. I tell OD and I tell Erika the same thing as far as when it comes to this podcasting. We do this for the people that's watching us, but we also do this for a reason. We look at this as a release. I don't look at this as a job. I look at this as something fun to do, to decompress after the end of the week. I always look at it that way. I have since we started doing it. But there's other things on the outside of giving this to you guys every weekend that we have to deal with. We got life. Life happens. Like, we got bills. We got, some of us got kids. Some of us got jobs. Some of us got other things that we got to worry about outside of this. So when we come here, it's a benefit for us to be able to even have conversations about shit that we want to talk about to everybody and let people be able to watch us, and if they want, discuss it with us. Like, you know what I mean? We love the opportunity to do that, but it's our choice to do it. Just like any other person that's doing this online. We're not journalists or no shit like that. Yeah, I be getting news, but I get it from reliable sources, but we're not journalists. We get the same information that everybody could get, but we use it as talking points to try to say our side of how we feel about this particular thing that happened or whatever. And there's a whole shitload of shit that I could talk about because I watch the news daily, all day, every day. I continue to watch the news and try to find out information all the time, so I got millions of fucking things to talk about. But y'all probably not gonna want to give a fuck about all of that, because if you did, you would watch that. So I be thinking about that, and when we talk about stuff, we always have to think like there's people looking at us. So I'm who I am. Like, I'm not gonna change just on camera for y'all. Like, this is who I am. Like, in and outside, I have a job. My job can watch this and be like, "Who the fuck is that?" This is who I am. This is who I've been. You know what I mean? But at the end of the day, I'm only saying that I always said that it's not our responsibility, and other people have talked to me about doing podcasts with them and stuff like that or whatever, because we figured this shit out. And I would be like, nah, like this is a family. Like, you know what I mean? It's a family business. I'm not looking at it no way. I don't gain no bread. You know what I mean? I'm chilling and enjoying to have conversations with people that I care about and talk to people about the shit. You know what I mean? That's all it is. But I just have to say that because I always think about when we ever have a situation where we have to talk about kids or anything like that. I'm always thinking about, to escape from all the other shit that we have to worry about, for me and my life in particular, is this podcast. Right? So I would never tell y'all that's watching me, there's a million other things that I could be doing. I wouldn't say that and not know knock on my boy. He was tense. He was worked up. You know what I mean? But I will say I wouldn't take that out of context and be like, yo, it'll go fuck. Like, he's talking about him taking the time out of his day with all the shit that he got going on to come up here because he realized the value that we put in when we do this shit every fucking week. because it really is a lot of shit that we gotta worry about, and we not really making no bread. Like, we got merchandise that we want to give y'all and everything, and we would love it if y'all want to get some of this shit, contribute, and spread the word about what we talk about. But, you know, that's our gift to y'all, but unfortunately we got paid for it. You know what I mean? But the reality is, this is, to me, it's becoming a job, you know, because, like, what I have to work with on a normal day basis is similar to what transpired today. I wasn't saying anything wrong. I was just saying how I felt, and because I wouldn't stop talking and just shut the fuck up, he felt some type of way. And I get it, you know what I mean? But it's not about having the last word. I'm letting you say what you say, but I just said one thing. That's not
But
cool.
it's not about, okay, we all interrupt and we just said that we need to stop that. It's the fact that if we're reading a definition, like, and like, we gotta remember, people are watching it, so if we just read a definition, then you can't just reinterpret it to what you want it to mean. Like, we read the definition. Like, so you're spreading false information because you're making it just similar to what Christian people do with the Bible. They may not change it. They'll pick their favorite scripture or the part that most aligns with their life so they can do whatever they want, because the Bible is strict. If you're a Christian, there are a lot of guidelines that Christians, you know, they don't follow it, but they pick the part that they like the most, and then they go off that, and then they'll be like, God knows my heart, and it's like, no, the Bible says, and I'm not even religious, but I'm just using that as an example. The Bible says X, Y, Z. You can't just, I mean, you can, but we don't create words. They're already there. Words have meaning, so you can't just. And like we said, it wasn't necessarily that, it wasn't that he was wrong. Because in the context of what we're talking about cheating. That's hurtful to people. So you can't say that's wrong because it hurts people's feelings when they get cheated on.
Right.
But that's in that context. Like, if I say, if I'm a parent and I tell my child, you better stop hanging out with them boys, they're gonna get you into trouble, they're up to no good, and then the kid keeps hanging out with them, and then he ends up arrested because they stole a car to them. You're correct, you were accurate, but is that a good thing? They're going to jail now because they were. So it depends, like I said, on the context that we're using.
It's being right good, or it's being right bad.
Yeah, you could be right about something that's detrimental. Or because of your trauma, you can think you're right because you're like.
Basically, that's all I was saying. It's not good or bad. You know what I mean? Now, when we talk about things from a moral standpoint, we're always talking about good or bad or some shit like that, because we're talking about morals. But when we're talking about just, okay, defining one particular thing, there is no good or bad to that. There's good or bad context because there's intention behind it. But if you're talking about just a word, those things are just basically how somebody feels about the situation, and that comes to social constructs. Because some people don't think it's good to chop somebody's hand off if they stole something, but should they have stolen anything, knowing what the consequence is? So they stupid. You know you're gonna lose an arm, don't steal anything. I don't care whether it's the worst thing that could be done or the best thing that could be done or whatever. I don't give a fuck. I don't want to lose my arm, so I'm not taking that candy bar. You know what I mean? Like, it's simple. It's simple math. 1 + 1 is 2.
They're not stupid. That choice was stupid.
The choice.
Could be smart.
I mean, it's not smart for you to take that candy bar knowing that you're gonna lose an arm. Unless I don't care about my arm.
But that's again the context.
Okay.
Because they might be smart.
They're not in a literal sense. They're not in a literal sense stupid. But the way that I'm using the word stupid, they're stupid. I think that's poor discernment, right? And poor discernment is exercised quite often in society. Poor discernment is not staying with the person that you created life with. That's poor discernment on both parts. Nobody's one to blame above the other, because there's always the element that the child is bigger than both of you guys. So you guys should try to agree. If this person is unagreeable in this area or disagreeable in this area, then I'm gonna meet them halfway and just be like, all right, fine. Because I gotta care about that kid. I'm gonna make that compromise within myself for the greater good. It's bigger than me.
But that's why I made the distinction between discernment and choice, because discernment comes before the choice. You have the thought of like, this is good or bad, and then based off of how you feel, if that determines what choice you're gonna make here. And that's when it becomes bad. You're just going off your feelings and not thinking in a logical sense of like, this is wrong. I know I shouldn't do it, but I'm gonna do it anyway because it feels good. Because one is an action, one is just a thought.
Now, talk about Amanda Seales. Talking Chicago, Seattle, Philly, North VA, and New York. ICE preparing to deploy tactical units to 5 cities ran by Democratic leaders. What's that about? I don't know much about that.
I'm going to play the clip. These whole people.
It's on YouTube?
Yeah, I'm trying to see, because I'm going to
Make the speed like 1.5. She just recently took on 20 conservatives, 20 black conservatives.
Yeah.
I didn't finish watching it, but I'm gonna finish watching it. We're gonna talk about that next week. But I really don't like Amanda Seales. I'm sorry. I'm on the record saying it. I'm gonna say it. I don't like Candace.
Well, she's basically saying in those states, and she said she predicted that this was gonna happen. She said this is the start of a civil war. We need to be prepared because it's gonna affect us all. Even though they're targeting one demographic of people, it's gonna end up affecting all of us. And she gave like some steps to prepare you for what comes next. I can't find the video, but I'll find it and link it in the description. There's something wrong with it. I restarted my phone, just connected to the Wi-Fi.
See if you can find it up here.
I want to say what the steps were.
I'll talk about how, from what you told me, I'll talk about that a little bit before you bring it up. So this is how I feel about that. One, we're not considered immigrants. We were bought and paid for, most of us, a lot of us. We've been here since the people that stole the land from the other people been here. We've been here a long time. We're natives at this point. I would say this. If anything, it would be targeting other groups that came here that contributed before it would come after us, and we would have time to plan our escape after that, because we would see those numbers trickle. But the reason that those numbers would probably trickle is because they probably give money to this country. We have to figure out a way to be, well, we should have been figuring it out, but instead of us like, okay, so what is her solution? Basically, if she feels like, oh, it's only a matter of time, that's good to acknowledge. What are we doing? Are we building businesses? Are we moving to different countries and buying land? What are we doing to mitigate this? And that's the problem. When we go on these conspiracy theory ventures, like her and Candace Owens like to do, we go down the rabbit hole of possibility of something that was going to raise hysteria with no fucking solution whatsoever. And that's the problem. Like, at least if we do go down that road, okay, we know that these are the facts. foundational black Americans are good for a period of time until shit hits the fan for everybody. So that includes the pale people that are not really to one country, but they live here and they look like the people that run the country. If they're not that, then they'll probably be right along with us. So we got to think about that. So if you're not contributing, then they'll probably get rid of you, and it'll probably have to be on your status socioeconomic, and then that it'll fall down to that because you're a citizen. You're not an immigrant. The immigration thing is for immigrants. They're for people that are not here legally or didn't take the 14-year proceedings that they need to take to be in this country. Some may claim that they have, or some people may assume that people have, but that process takes a long time. And that means continuously going to do whatever you need to do. And my argument to the people that are against that most of the time is like, okay, did you do what you had to do? Because I know it takes 14 years. So you've been here for 30. How many of those meetings have you gone to? Well, I haven't gone sometimes, and I'm supposed to go, but I haven't done this. So how many years have you completed? Probably 7. Well, that's the problem. And then some people will say, oh, well, these programs are ridiculous. It's not ridiculous because you're not from here. Some countries won't even let you get no fucking program. Like, what are you talking about? Like, it's a privilege to be able to stay in a country that you're not, you weren't born in, bro. Like, you came here when you were in your 30s, bro. Like, I understand if you came here when you was like a teenager and grew up, started a business or something. No, bro. You've been here when you had kids. So it's different. And I'm not a conservative. I'm not none of that. I'm just really a person that's like a realist. Like, I'm looking at it like, okay, if something is happening that's so terrible for Americans overall, if you consider yourself American, if you were born here and you lived here your whole life, if something is so terrible, then vote. Do something about it. Run for Congress. You got as much of a fair chance as anybody else. But everybody's afraid. Oh, that's too much. I can't do it. It's too much responsibility. I get it. Stop complaining.
Okay, I found it.
And here's the clip.
Breaking just moments ago, NBC News reporting that ICE is preparing to deploy tactical units known as special response teams to 5 Democratic-run cities. Those cities, Seattle, Chicago, Philadelphia, Northern Virginia, and New York. It's not clear if these raids will begin immediately, but all special response teams in those areas have been told to be ready to deploy.
So, when I make predictions about things like this, I always hope I'm wrong. But I did predict this. Here's me literally telling my homeboy the other day that this is going to happen. So essentially what's happening right now is called the Imperial Boomerang. And what we're witnessing is that eventually, like when Empire has basically like screwed up everything else, it'll come back and screw up itself. It's essentially the United States occupying itself. So the folks who say this isn't our fight, I mean, I don't know what to tell you. We have different values. For those of us who know that it is, here's a couple things to address. If you know of community organizations in these cities that already focus on mutual aid, that already focus on challenging police presence, that already focus on bringing community together to form community, please drop it in the comments. 2, where are your politicians standing on this? Are your mayors and your governors standing up to ICE so far, or have they been folding and capitulating? If they have, that lets you know that you are going to have a bigger problem in your hands. Chicago, Brandon Johnson has already shown that he ain't playing games with folks. However, when we look at D.C., Mayor Muriel Bowser, well, baby, good luck to D.C. And this is why I've been saying that the tanks for D.C.D.Day are not simply there.
So far,
You
2
said
things.
the same thing. You said vote. So she said, see what your stance is with your local politicians.
She said it's no. She said it's no. Good luck.
Do you have supplies? Do you have water filtration straws? Do you have food? Do you have non-perishables? Do you have a go pack if you need to just get up and get out of here? Do you have
And
weapons?
go where?
Do you know how to get to people's
She's saying
houses
the same
without
thing you said.
forged
You mentioned
GPS?
even the country,
These are the
if
type
you
of
have to do
questions
that.
that you need
She's
to
saying, are you
answer
prepared
by
to do
doing.
that? So that's telling you should prepare for that. Your politician, you said about voting and getting, so she's saying,
Please watch this entire
Which
video.
you
It is
said.
less than 3 minutes, and there are specific
but, I
instructions.
mean, we're talking about, she was saying some stuff.
No, I
But some
heard
of the
it.
stuff that she said is in alignment with what you're saying. But she's saying, knowing these politicians, she's saying two of their stance on how they feel about it. So she's saying be aware of that and put a plan in action. Do you have supplies? Do you have this? Be prepared if you have to leave the country because it's going to get crazy. So that is some of the things that you mentioned.
Yeah. Nah, I mean, don't wait. Don't wait, but shit. Oh no.
And I think people don't want it, but then she's saying, you're saying you mentioned conspiracy theory, but if it's something that she said she would just have a conversation the other day that she was saying something like this is going to happen, and then now it's happening. Is that the conspiracy?
She is a conspiracy theorist.
Yeah, she can be, but both can be true at the same. It's no longer a conspiracy if it's been proven. If it's actually happening. Like if I say, oh, this person is gonna get hit by a car tomorrow, and then it's not tomorrow yet, so we don't know what's gonna happen. I'm just predicting it, and then tomorrow they go outside and get hit by a car. It really happens, so it's not a conspiracy anymore. And when do we start to take action and be like, okay, I can't wait to find out if it's proven or not.
Last night, we should have been to initiative in certain things. That's why I said how I felt about the new Black Panther Party out there. You know what I mean? Like I feel like we should have been took action, but people are afraid, and they got good reason to be afraid of stuff. You know what I mean? Prepare yourself. Yeah, go get your supplies. Go get your waters. Go get your, you know what I mean?
Water filtration system.
Get whatever you need.
Everything's cut off. If it's a war, you can't just go to the store and go get the stuff. You're gonna need to know how to.
Satellite
whether something
phone,
happens or not. Can you agree that you should know how to do natural stuff like filter your own
Everybody
water?
should know how to read a map.
It's never gonna be,
Everybody should know how to use a compass. Everybody should know how to count their paces when they're walking in the woods somewhere. Everybody should know how to shoot. Everybody should know how to skin and clean your food. Everybody should know how to pitch a tent.
Because if you ever put in a position where you have to use those things, you're gonna die.
Everybody should know how to change their tire on their car. Everybody should know how to use the internet. Everybody should know how to set up an email. Everybody should know how to use Lyft. We say everybody should know how to do something without people teaching them how to do this shit. That's the problem with society. The problem is that people should know how to do it. You gotta know the question to ask to get the information.
But that's what she said. Yeah, I agree. She didn't give them like this is how you filter your water.
Right.
But she said she put that in your mind that you should know. Now you got the internet.
It's good to know, but like a lot of people, like I speak to a lot of people that's older, they don't know what question to ask or how to ask it.
That's what I'm saying. She's giving you the question because she's telling you what you need to do, so you can go on ChatGPT and say, "How can you filter or whatever?" Or go if you know somebody that. Knows
you can literally Google it nowadays.
Yeah, or if you know somebody that.
Some people don't know how to get on the internet. Some people don't know how to use their phone. It's sad. They know how to call people. They know how to answer. They don't know how to set up their voicemail though. You know what I mean? Like it's a lot of shit, man.
And I don't think it's just because they don't know because they never tried or they never like something like that. And that's true what you said. Like setting up your voicemail is not difficult. Once they learn how to do it, if somebody shows them, then they'll realize that it's easy. There have been things that I didn't know how to do at one point, and I thought it seemed like it was the hardest thing ever. But once I figured out how to do it, or once I was taught how to do it, or I seek the knowledge to find out how to do it, and I was able to do it, and I'm like, that's not, now it's like second nature. So yeah, she's telling you, like you say, you can Google that. You can, yeah, some people don't know how to use their phone, but you gotta start from square one. And the people around, they also have to be willing to take in that information. That's another thing, because sometimes people don't know stuff. They don't want to be taught. They're stubborn. They don't want to. They just want somebody to do it for them because it's easier instead of, you know, learning how to do it themselves. And that is a problem, because what if all you have to rely on is yourself?
Right. Like somebody asked me to set their internet, their streaming shit up, right? And I told them, I was like, yo, I could do it, but you know what I mean? All you gotta do is buy, you know, whatever device. I'll set it up for you. I'll do everything for you. But you just gotta, I want you to watch me do it, so that you know how to do whatever you need to do, just in case. And if you want, you could do this shit for people and make money on it. You can make, you know, whatever. You know what I mean? So after I told them that, I ain't hear nothing about it. But I know, like, a lot of people, they don't really want to learn this shit. They just want it done. And so sometimes people will just pay what they think is a reasonable price for somebody to do something. Like, people ask me to do graphic designs and shit like that, because I do graphic design. And they'll be like, yo, how much you charge? Like, I be thinking to myself, I'm like, yo, do you know how much they charge for graphic design?
Yeah,
like, when you asking somebody that, like, you know, because if I tell you, right, because if I tell you really what I'm going to charge you for that, you might not want me to do it. Because you be like, man, you ain't got no shirt on from your company. Like, yo, like, I be like, yo, like, what are you talking about? Like, where your shit at? You got a website? Like, nah, I ain't got no website. So how you going to charge me that? Nigga, what the fuck? You just asking me to do some shit.
I still know how to do something that you don't know how
nigga.
to do. That's how I could charge you.
My cousin said to me, he had actually,
I know how to do
because people do that with everything in life. My cousin said he had somebody at his job that was like, they'll give me some bread if I do their taxes for them on TurboTax or TaxSlayer or some shit. And I was like, nigga, why he gonna pay me to do it? The app will do it for you if you pay the damn app. Oh nah, he said he'll give you bread, yo, if you do it for him or whatever. I'm like, nigga, I'm not gonna do it. If I charge him what I want to charge him to do that shit, because of how much time I'm taking out of my day to do it, he not gonna want to pay me what I want. I'm gonna want my money up front. I'm gonna ask him for like $300. I'm gonna ask for $300, and then he be like, but cuz, why you gonna do that? Like, cuz, nigga, like, what the fuck? I gotta do my own taxes. I don't even want to do mine. I was gonna ask him if he could do my shits when he do his.
I think it comes from a place of self-doubt, because it could be one of two things. It may come from a place of self-doubt, and the person is afraid to fail, so they don't even want to work. It takes a lot when you already doubt yourself to work yourself up to try to do something, and to fail when you already thought you were going to. That's one thing. And then two, I think it's why people or two, you may can know how to do it yourself. There's some people that can know how to do it, but it's too tedious and time consuming, so they don't want, instead of taking the time out to do it themselves, they rather pay somebody because they have the means to do it, because they just don't want to do it themselves, because they got, you know, other things that are more pertinent, and that takes up too much time, where you can just pay someone and they'll get it done and be over. So one, self-doubt, you're afraid to fail. 2, you don't. It's too time consuming, so you gotta just pay somebody and get it done with and move on to whatever else you got.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I think, yeah, it is a little bit of self-doubt. Like, they don't think that they're capable of doing it. You know, discouragement or negative self-talk, all of those things. Not having a certain level of drive. You know, when shit get tough, just giving up instead of, like, you know, seeing it through to the finish. You know what I mean? That's another thing with, like, pushing yourself with anything in life. Like, you gonna have to push yourself. I hate that it's like that. Like, you feel like you reached the limit, but there's more you can do, and your body is trying to trick you. Say, no, you can't do anymore. You know what I mean? And it's like, no, you determine what's gonna happen. A lot of us stop, you know, and get in our own way. And that's the biggest problem that we face as people. Like, most of the time, we could probably run longer. We could probably write longer. We could probably think harder. We could probably say and do and paint and everything that we want to do at the highest level, Picasso level. But we don't try to push ourselves. When they say that we only use a certain percentage of our brain, I think that that's a part of just us not trying hard enough. I think it's more than just cognitive ability, just natural ability. Like, you're not able to do it. But I feel like some of these people that are geniuses in our society have driven themselves. They probably cut themselves off from society by doing so, but they've driven themselves to get to a point where they're not going to stop. They're not going to limit themselves by this. Like Arnold Schwarzenegger, for instance. He was like, yo, after he work out and he don't finish a rep, he don't get mad. He just be like, he gonna work on that muscle tomorrow. Like, he like, yo, I ain't finished, so I'm gonna do even more. I'm gonna do double reps. But yeah, he's like, yo, his body can't do it, so he gonna do even more the next day. You know what I mean? To push yourself even further. And it's like, that inspired me. I was like reading some shit that my cousin had posted a long time ago. And it was the six things of success by Arnold Schwarzenegger. And I don't know, I'm not gonna quote him, because I think I said it before, like another episode. But his whole shit is about work ethic. It's like what a father should be telling his son. And then I remember we watched a video like maybe a few days ago. A father was telling his son, you know, you don't quit. You don't get an attitude when your coach get in your face or whatever, because you gotta have a positive attitude all the time. No matter what, like, things aren't always gonna go your way, but you still gotta have a positive attitude. That's how you keep going. That's how you love it. You know what I mean? And the stuff he was saying to him, like, it hit me. Like, mommy's not gonna save you now and all this stuff. Cause like, yo, right, like at that point, you need that. Cause you about to give up. You about to stop. But you need somebody to sit there and be like, nigga, what are you doing? You better than that. Do it. Get it. You know what I mean? And I think like a lot of these young men, they don't get that. You know what I mean? Like, that, him talking to his son that way, like I heard people saying, a man said, you know, it's not that bad, but it's the delivery or whatever. Like, nigga, what?
So I found the 6 steps to success.
Oh yeah, what are they?
6 rules to success from Arnold Schwarzenegger's perspective. 1, trust yourself. 2, break some rules. 3, don't be afraid to fail. 4, ignore the naysayers. 5, work your butt off. 6, give something back.
That sounds like how you make a podcast. For real.
Yeah, but people gonna be like, we need to get at your
Right. Oh my God, yo, what? Yo, like, I went on TikTok the other day for the first time, and people was creating like fake accounts of me and shit. You know what I mean? Getting mad friend requests. I was like, yo, this is crazy, yo. Like, what the fuck?
And it's like, what are you doing with that?
Right. Like, I'm like,
the stuff
yo.
they were saying in your live was crazy, so I can imagine what they would be writing to somebody in the inbox. They had like 67 followers.
Yeah, like, what the fuck?
Created the account.
Was it a hate group? Like, what was it? Like, you know what I mean? Like, it was crazy. But it was interesting to see it. And I was like, yo, TikTok is a wild place, bro. It's very strict.
The internet.
But it's a wild place. The interwebs. That's what the old people call it. Interwebs.
Because it's not just it's on any.
They know everything.
And because of technology, we're able to do these things. And that's why it can be dangerous in some aspects. Especially when you think about it going to another level. If people know how to hack into stuff, they can, and this has happened. Like, oh, this person, I think he owed some type of, his car wasn't registered, his license was suspended, something in regards to his car, paperwork, or his license. And he had a Tesla, and that junk stopped in traffic because he didn't have, something was wrong with it. He wasn't supposed to be driving, or there wasn't something right with the car, like with the paperwork or something. I can't remember exactly, but I'll link it in the description. And I'll add the link to the description. But he said the car stopped in traffic. So, and he couldn't go nowhere because it stopped because he didn't pay he didn't do what he was supposed to do with the car. So that, they just hacked into it and cut it off. He could have gotten into an accident. He could have lost his life. Other people could have lost their life because he was in the middle of traffic. There could have been an accident. Like, this is crazy. And not only that, okay, that's the company doing that. A regular person that knows how to hack into stuff could hack your car and run you into a tree, like they did on Chucky. And that's a movie, obviously, but people can do that. Like, if it's something that's controlled by a computer. And I don't think a car, something like that, I think a live person shouldn't be controlling it. And nobody shouldn't be able to tap into it with the now for like purposes
Why,
of like
why do you think a live person should be
only, I think it should only be designated to like if someone kidnaps somebody. Like, there should be a system where it can you kidnap somebody and got this person in your car, like some type of tracking to pinpoint that if they found out that this is happening, like there's a Wolo out or whatever, they can find who you are and maybe not, but stop the car on a side street or something.
The car has like a back window. It goes up. It becomes bulletproof. Protects the passenger. Locks all the doors. The car is completely bulletproof. The person that's driving the car, they drive them directly. No. They drive them to the police station, and the person is in the back of the car and they're safe. But it makes it successful. What do you think about that?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. In the case
but the car's still self-driving.
I said it should only kick in, so only people in power. But then that's the thing, some people in power or whatever are not. But that's, you can't control that.
So you don't have a problem with cars that drive themselves.
It shouldn't do it. You shouldn't be able to do it unless that's the situation. It only kicks in a life or death situation. Because that's
why you only want it to kick in a life or death situation?
Because that's being used for good.
Why is it not being used for good if it's a blind person that needs help care on a daily and they need transportation and there's nobody around to pick them up? Only this AI vehicle to pick them up and comes to their house promptly on time every single time.
I think because of the risks involved in that.
Okay, what risks?
That's why it only should be designated to those specific instances. Like when it's a crime being committed or something like that, because that's when it gives other people the ability. If it's always active and always has this open source or whatever that someone can hack into, then it makes it more accessible to people like that.
But what if they prove that it's safer than regular people driving overall?
How? If somebody can hack into, somebody could be.
You keep saying the hack thing, but it could still be hacked when this fucking person that's kidnapping this person is in the car and it's supposed to be driving them to the police. That person could be a hacker and a serial leader.
But that's a far-fetched.
I mean, you talking about somebody kidnapping somebody only to use it in that case, so it'll never be used.
Well,
why would you rely on it then? So you don't care about that victim in the back seat? Like, why not have it working so that you can see that it works and know that, oh, if we do want to use it for this, then we can do that. But it should be in use. It should be in regular use for things for areas in life that we need it for. Because you're saying to use it for an area in life that we need it for. Why not have it in all areas in life that we need it for? Just that one thing, that's still putting somebody at risk. If you're gonna make that risk, so I'm saying like because of the risk,
it would be a higher likelihood of, a lower likelihood of someone that kidnapped a person knowing how to be a hacker and all this extra stuff too, on top of the fact that they just kidnapped someone. Then
all right, we'll take the hacking out. They don't know how to hack. It's still driving them to the police station. No hacker. Regular person that's wrong. No. I get it. But there's still right. It's supposed to protect the person and everything. It's still same scenario. They can't hack it, but they could still get in an accident. Like what is
impenetrable? Like a thing should come over like a metal something that's impenetrable. So like even if they get in an accident or something, they'll still be safe when they're in the car. But they got the partition up. That's the same material as what the outside will come.
You're talking about indestructible cars, like they like.
You said bulletproof. So
I'm just saying for the instance of you just saying we bring a criminal to justice. That's the only time, but because it sounds like it's a good idea, it will work in that favor when this person is able to drive a car. So the car just takes over to defend somebody, but what if the car takes over to help somebody? I'm just saying.
That is a good idea.
There's disadvantages and advantages.
All the time makes it easier for people with bad intentions than if it's only in those one-off situations when someone is not one-off, if people commit crimes. And I think it would lower the crime rate in those, depending on what the crime is.
In that, right?
Yeah. But you're not wrong. That would be.
AI is good and AI is bad. I don't even agree with that. AI is AI.
It depends on.
It's not good or bad.
What you're using.
It's not good or bad.
It's the context.
It's like your child. Your child is good or your child is bad, depending on how the child is raised. That's AI. Is AI raised negatively or is AI raised positively?
It depends on what you're using it for.
AI is supposed to be positive.
And if you have negative intentions, and even if you have positive intentions, it could go wrong because there are bad people out there that want to, and they'll put their own life on the line to harm other people. And we are never going to be 100% able to remove that from happening. But I think if we put certain things in place, we can lower the chances of that happening. But,
now, we got another topic. A man finds out the woman he loves, the woman he married, has 3 children with him, and they with one of his cousins.
It was his cousin?
With one of his family members.
Oh yeah, it did say family. It didn't say
What do you think about this guy saying what? Going back on her and booming on her. That's what the young kids are saying. Because he found out those wasn't his kids. Do y'all feel like he should get the maximum whatever he's gonna get? Or do you feel like he should get some time to reflect, learn about this situation? Do you think he shouldn't get no time? Write in the comments. But it's a crazy situation because there's kids involved. It's a mother.
And now they're about to lose both. Well,
and that's family. Like, you can't be doing that. That's family. One way or another, that's family. One way or another, that's family, cuz.
Well, so this is a true story.
Yeah, it's a true story.
And I don't, well, allegedly.
You got their name and stuff?
No, because you said, you put that.
Oh, I
can't, my phone will
I'll look it up.
But I think if she didn't, she was still alive. So I don't think he should get life because she survived. But he do need to be punished. He need to go to prison. He needs to serve some time. I don't think he should have reacted that way because he's the one that he's gonna end up suffering. Like, if you okay with going to prison, because that's what's gonna happen. Because they don't care about your feelings. Because that's really what it is. Your feelings are hurt, which I get it. That I think, and a lot of some people don't agree with this, but I think that when you have a child, they should automatically do a DNA test at the hospital, and it should just be a law. So it shouldn't be like, oh, the woman. So you would remove the ability for the woman to be offended by you questioning that, because you could question it and she might have not even done anything or whatever. So she's gonna get offended, obviously, if she's. But if I don't have any kids, but if I was with a child and the father wants to know after I had the baby, I would do that. I would feel some type of way because I know that you're the father. I wasn't messing with nobody else. So, but I would just do it if it would make them feel better. But I think if you automatically get a DNA test at the hospital, you don't have to worry about that. And there's no time invested, because that's messed up too. Like, they wasted all this time, although the kids needed a father, so there's a benefit from that if he was a good father figure to them. But then you gotta think about the man. He wasted all this time and invested. He loved those kids because he thought they were his children. I don't know how old the kids were, and that makes a difference too. If you was dealing with, if you was raising these kids, I don't think they're wrong. But I'm just saying, for 18 years, because this happens. Women do this all the time. And like, if you've been raising the kids for 18 years or something, and then you find out that those are not your kids, and she's been lying to you this whole time.
Yeah, that's crazy.
The crash out is warranted, but you go into prison. So is it worth it? Because you're the one that's suffering. The kids are suffering.
3 kids, though?
Because now you could have removed her from their
all
life.
that money he spent.
Now they don't have a mother.
He could have saved it.
They could potentially not have a mother or a father. And the kids are important. So it's like nobody wins in the family feud. But I mean, this is not family, because you're not your kids. I mean, your family member is family. But yeah, it's wrong. What made you wrong for that? Stop lying to these men. It ain't nasty. Why you sleep? I mean,
mandatory paternity test.
I don't want to judge people. I'm sorry if you fall into this category if you're listening, but it's the truth. You should not. First of all, in order for there to be a question if this is your child's father or not, that means you slept with multiple men in the same week.
So I lost 3 people.
If you're gonna do that, whatever. I don't think that women should be doing that, but protect yourself if you're gonna do that, because you don't. First of all, let alone getting pregnant. That's one aspect. You could end up with a disease. HIV is, the numbers is running. Atlanta and Texas, they going crazy. Like, and not to mention the other stuff, and that can be fatal or cause other issues if it doesn't get diagnosed early enough. It may not be. You can get rid of it, but that's if you touch it early enough. So it's like you putting yourself at risk for all this stuff, and then so you're doing multiple, you messing up your own self potentially, and then you putting this man in this position, like you being selfish. You only think about yourself. you're not even worried about the kids because the kids should have the right to know who their biological father is, so they have the opportunity if they want to be in that child's life. Like, it's too many women complain about men that are not there. You have a man that's willing to step up and take care of his children, but then you stole that from him because those not even his kids. Now he might not even, you don't know how that could affect someone if this all didn't happen. Maybe he could be jaded and go into the next relationship, or now he don't want to have kids, or he ain't gonna take care of his kids, or he just feel like everyone's against him when it comes to that. He gonna just think like, oh, all women are like this, so I'm not gonna trust anyone. So I don't want to settle down anymore after this happens. So like, you ruined him, and you stole the opportunity of him being a father to kids that are actually his, or making a choice. Maybe if you told him in the beginning, like, I don't know, I was messing with this other guy while I was messing with you, you might not be the father. I'm not sure. But I just want to let you know so we can fix it. And like, some guys be like, I'm still gonna be there, and that's commendable if they want to do that. But you shouldn't steal that option away from them. But let me play a good clip of what they said. What happened?
Sterling Heights, where police say a husband shot his wife in her work parking lot. That shooting happened at the Polaroid Living Center on 15 Mile near DeQuinder. GWG has an update on the victim's condition and the investigation.
Yeah, this is still a very active scene behind me. Take a look at this. Look at the bullet casing markings on the ground here. Sterling Heights police saying around 8 o'clock this morning they received a 911 call that a woman had been shot in the parking lot here at the Pomeroy Living Center off of 15 Mile near DeQuinder. We're told an employee was shot by her husband in the parking lot. We're told they both lived in the city of Warren, and that the husband came up to his wife's employer and shot her several times. Police thankfully were able to respond to the scene within seconds. The wife was rushed to a nearby hospital where she is still alive. Police encountered the husband who was armed with a revolver and were able to take him into custody. Here is Captain Mario Bastianelli talking about the moment officers encountered the gunman.
Like I said, our officers were here, very quickly. So, which makes all the difference in the world of somebody with a gun and they're actively shooting at people. So this happened to be a targeted incident because it was a domestic situation. But you never know how these things are going to transpire, right? How they're going to work out. Officers show up. You have a guy with a gun. Does it go peacefully or does this end up, turning into a shootout with our officers? It's a very stressful situation on everybody, including our officers arriving. All in all, a good ending to a bad situation.
Again, we're told the female victim is expected to survive despite being shot several times in the body, and again, her husband has been taken into custody. No word yet on when he could be charged. In Sterling Heights, GWG. So this is what's real.
So that's crazy.
Yeah, so we pulled up to her job. If y'all couldn't hear it, it was kind of fast. But we got to speed it up. We're not trying to do copyright. But essentially, he found out that the kids wasn't his. The husband pulled up to his wife's job, and he tried to unalive her. He shot her multiple times, but the cops came to the scene quickly, the EMTs, and they brought her to the hospital, and she's expected to survive. She's still alive at the time, and they apprehended him. He went without a fight. And that's crazy. It's crazy because he crashed out, but I understand the crash out, but it's not benefiting anybody, and it's not benefiting you, it's not benefiting her, and it's not benefiting the kids. And even though they're not your kids, if you cared about them, that's their mom. Like, you can't take it to a physical or a life or death standpoint. I get it, that's messed up. I'm not condoning it at all. She shouldn't have done that. She should not be making you take care of kids that don't belong to you and lying to you and telling you that they are your children. But you can't go around pewing at people and think you're going to get it. I mean, some people do get away with it, but you got caught. I mean, he didn't put up he wanted to get caught. He just went with him. And he went in public, he went to her job, he didn't try to be discreet. So that's how you know he was going off straight emotion. And he wasn't thinking logically. And that's the problem with some men out there. And again, not condoning her behavior.
Not some. Most. The majority,
they're starting to think more.
The majority of men. The majority of men are not what they consider to be high value men, not because of their tax bracket, it's because of how they pursue life. So a lot of times I just gotta say it. A lot of times, most men bitch, complain, moan about shit with no solution base. That's emotion. That's really what I don't like about Candace Owens and the other chick. It is that, because that is feminine shit. Like, they're ranting about some shit that makes sense. Oh yeah, you should care about that. How are you gonna fucking fix it? Men are solution based. We figure some shit out that doesn't work, and then we figure out a way to navigate to complete that shit. That's what it is. I don't leave no stone unturned. You know what I mean? That's how I feel like we're supposed to attack certain shit. So when a man loses his shit and he knows that his kids involved, I mean, I can't necessarily call him a terrible nigga because he let his shit get out of hand, but I could see how he grew up, what type of nigga he was, how he got to that point to behave that way. And you know what? I'm gonna say this shit right now. I'm dealing with a fucking loss, right? One of my boys that I grew up with passed away. You know what I mean? And I'm thinking about that, and thinking about life, and thinking about opportunity, and thinking about pushing myself, and thinking about bills, and thinking about my relationship, thinking about your relationship, thinking about what the fuck is going on, everything around me, and thinking about how to keep my family straight. And I lost somebody. And I just found out today. And I just turned 40 a few days ago. And the pile of shit that falls on a man is insurmountable. If you guys don't know what that means, look the fucking word up. I'm not gonna fucking tell you what it means. But that's how I feel right now. And I'm gonna take this shot before I say what I'm about to say. This is how I fucking feel. Men need to step their motherfucking game up. Period. All men. Shape, sizes, genders, colors. I'm saying men. But I'm saying sometimes you don't want to be whatever you are. We all need to step our shit the fuck up. Straight up. Life fucking sucks. It does. I know it does. Trust me, I know it does. But we can't let our friend's death be in vain. You know what I mean? He got kids and shit. I want to be able to say, yo, here, take care of his kids with this, man. You don't know me, but that's my brother. I want to be able to say some shit like that. I want to be able to look at my family and be like, yo, y'all ain't never gotta worry about that shit ever again. I want my kid to be able to say to me, yo, thank you. Thank you. I was talking to a girl that I fucking care about right now. That I'm fucking with right now. I'm not gonna put her name on blast. But I was talking to her, and we had a conversation, and she cried. And my conversation wasn't yelling at her. It wasn't making her feel small. It wasn't even tough love. It wasn't none of that shit. It was really just the facts of shit, and just letting her know that you're important. I don't know why you feel like you're not. That type of shit. I'm not going to say everything I said. I'm just going to say that in so many words. That was enough to make her feel like, damn, like, you know what I mean? Like, who are you? You know? And I'm like, yo, I'm just a person who's been down the road that you're actually going down and seeing what you have to go through, because I went through it. And I'm just telling you, like, don't feel so shitty. Because things will get better. And I think, like, that's advice that a lot of us could use. But men, we have to carry that chip on our shoulder that we already know. even though shit is already actively fucked up. Like, I'm behind on this. This is broke. I gotta fix this. I gotta pay for this now. I gotta do this. She don't want to fuck with me no more. Like, you know what I mean? Like, all types of shit is going on. And then you realize, like, damn, now I gotta figure out how to do this. And we all men, logic and emotion, right? Men are supposed to have better discernment, right? As bro so eloquently put it, right? Women are supposed to have less, as bro so eloquently put it. And when I say we both have about probably the same, is subjective because we don't know every single case. But we can say, as the testament of history and the testament of life, that it really depends on how the fuck you were raised. It's not gender specific. There's women that do better than men. There's men that do better than women. And there's trans that do better than both. You know? Like let's keep it a stizzy if we really want to do that. But to be honest, I really agree that, or well, I really believe, I really believe that men in particular, if you're gonna call yourself that, you gotta hold yourself to this standard where it might not get done right now, but it's gonna get done. Period. I don't know how I'm gonna do it, but I'm going to do it. Period. It needs to be done, so it's gonna get done. Period. They need me, so I'm going to be there for them. Period. There's no question about it. It's unequivocal and it's unconditional, my nigga. And that's really the thing about men. My loyalty is skin deep. I don't give a fuck at the end of the day. I told family members, give my fucking shit out to my cousin. I don't give a fuck if he got bodies, my nigga. I'm saying that on the record. I don't give a fuck. Because that's my family. That's my blood. Anybody that disagree with that is a dumb fuck and don't understand what loyalty really means. Because loyalty doesn't have a feeling. It doesn't have an emotion. It's unconditional. Loyalty is just what it is. But if you're gonna be loyalty sometimes, then you're not loyal. Right? You can't be loyal once in a while. You know what I mean? Like, how the fuck can you say that nigga's loyal and there's sometime there's another word for that. It's not loyalty. That's like I say, love. You can't just say you love somebody. Well, I loved them yesterday, but today they was acting a certain type of way, so I hate them. No, motherfucker. Like, if you really understand what it is, if you really understand what love is, like, you could say it, but it's a feeling. So if you have that shit, if you really have love for somebody, that love don't disappear just because of a fucking whatever the fuck. It is what it is. When you have a kid, it is what it is. It's unconditional. When you create something with somebody, that's unconditional. There's no escape from what that is. But a man understands, I have duty. I know that I have to do this. So when I'm like, I say, yo, I don't feel like fucking getting up. But I get up. And I go do whatever I gotta fucking do. Because I realize that there's a duty. But see, the duty doesn't have an emotion. It's an action. I just have to do it. Right, right. It don't matter. Whether I want to do it or I don't want to do it, I'm doing it. And that's me just saying, I got a duty to do this. And I think I learned that more so in the military, because if I relied on the streets or relied on personal interests of others or anything like that, I would never learn it, because motherfuckers will tell you, nah, I'm not putting up with that. Like, we talk about relationships all the time. Let's talk about relationships. I got time.
Yeah, and then when you said about discernment relationship, like you said about how you were raised, some women, I want to be submissive in the relationship, but I just have to find the right person to submit
See,
to.
that's not right. That's not about finding the right person.
No, it is, because some people are not capable of leading. So if you're just submissive to
If you say
anyone,
you're a submissive woman, then you're a submissive woman. So you're going to be submissive to anyone, even if you don't want to be in a relationship with that person because you're naturally submissive. Now, you may be submissive to the wrong person and then have to end that relationship, but that's okay.
and
But you
that's
should
what
be
I'm saying,
submissive
you
in the
have
forefront.
Yeah, I'm not saying that you don't have it. I'm saying it should. If you know that that person is not the proper leader, they may be able to lead you to jail, lead you to the strip, lead you to end up having a fight or something for them or something. Then yeah, it's naturally in you, and that's where, and I think that's why a lot of women. I think they've gone through trauma in relationships, but also what I was gonna say about the discernment, like I said, I want to submit.
You can take another shot, or I'm gonna drink by myself.
I drink it.
No, I'm just saying, I don't want to. It's your bottle. I don't want to kill it.
Yeah.
I'm drinking.
But I was saying I want to submit. I don't want a man that I can just walk all over, and I think, like what we said, the problem that I have is a lot of men are not, like you said, a lot of men, well, you said most, but I'm just going to say a lot of men are
you being generous,
they're
but it's
doing
okay.
certain things that are their behaviors. They don't know how to conduct themselves, and I'm working on staying in my lane and being submissive and being quiet. But then if you're like flying off the handle and banging on the table and you're doing that, it doesn't scare me, but it's like I don't want to have to deal with that if I'm I'm not giving you any reason to do that. If I'm talking to you in a normal tone and I'm keeping my composure and I'm like, you shouldn't initiate that. The woman shouldn't be acting out of pocket, and neither should he. And I think there are gender roles. The man that I want is supposed to behave a certain way, and I want to be in my feminine and be able, but I can't do that. I gotta take control. If I can, and then I can't never get, like, you should at least allow me to have the discussion. If we come to a point where we both said how we feel about a situation or our opinion on it, and then we say, okay, that's it, I'm not talking about it anymore. At least you let me get out what I wanted to say. And then I could be like, but if I can't even get out.
Who stops it?
He does, but I think the man has to have the ability to let me at least say my stance of why I feel the way I feel. And then he can say his first, and then at least let me say, if you just talking and then I'm saying, I'm trying to, and I'm letting you, but you're like, no, I don't want to hear. Now it depends on the situation. If we're out somewhere and you're like, come on, let's go. Like, something is about to go down. They wild, and it's about to be a shootout, or these dudes wild and they about to fight. Like, come on, he trying to protect you. I'm not even the type to do that. I would probably keep the same thing because I'm aware just like he is. So I'm just like, okay, I'm not gonna be like, what? I'm not ready to go. I'm not gonna do that. So it would be in situations where there's something happening within and we're having conversation. I'm not saying, yeah, I will listen to you. But I think you should at least hear me out, and before you be like, okay, I'm done. And in a situation where we're both safe, but we're having a conversation, and you're saying, I think we should do this, and I'm like, but I think that we should do this because of X, Y, and Z. And you're like, no, that's it. I said what I said, you said what you said, and then that's up to me. And you know, even if I disagree, if I trust you, then I should just. But at least you heard.
This is why
what I had to say.
These are discussions that I appreciate. OD being here, present on these, because this is exactly what I be talking about. Not about you, but about what you're saying. And it's like there is no second decision. What he says, and it sounds red pill, I guess, but what he says has to settle. There is like, okay, he can consider what you want to hear. He can hear you out.
Yeah,
and I think you would appreciate a guy that at least hears you out. But what if he hears you out and he still says no? And I think we've had discussions like that where OD was here and he brought that up, you gotta understand, like, okay, I'm different. I'm definitely a different type of nigga, really. I think women want me to tell them what to do.
No, and that's
right?
the thing.
But hold on. Let me finish this.
I would still do what
I think women want me to tell them what to do.
I just want you to at least hear my opinion.
I'm gonna give you the ability to make a decision for yourself, because I want to see if you can make decisions on your own that benefit both of us. Because what if I'm no longer able to make decisions for both of us, right?
Yeah, and I think that's why it's important to find someone when you're dating and trying to find your husband or your wife or whatever. If just a relationship, a romantic relationship, you need to find somebody that aligns with your values, because there'll be a less likelihood for this to go on. You're still gonna have disagreements. There's no way around it. You're not gonna agree 100% on everything, but for the big things, the things that really matter, y'all gonna be on the same page. So there's no need to have not a back and forth, but like there's no need for me to say, but you said this, but I think it's a better decision to do this because what you said, I feel the same way. So you know what I'm saying? Like, and that's for the biggest. It's for little stuff that don't really matter. Like, it's like, whatever. I might disagree, but it's not that big of a deal for me to be like, I'm going to do what I want, because it's not nothing that's affecting our life that could be a detriment. And that's where the discernment of finding the right man to lead you comes in at. Because, yeah, I think I am submissive, but I have been in relationships or dated the people that didn't have my best interests. So because I think I'm like that. Like if I really like a guy and we're dating and or things get intimate or something, or if I once I have feelings for you or whatever, then I am like, I don't want to say I'm not dumb, because it's like I know what's going on, but right there, discernment. Right there. If you know that's going on, you know that they don't have your best interest in heart, you just lust for them or whatever it is. That was the wrong word.
Why are you not using your discernment?
I shouldn't say best interest. I may interpret it as that, because the main thing is like,
because you agreed with him. You said you think men have better discernment than women.
No, because I only said because he used the example of like men, the statistic of that men, single fathers have a higher percentage of raising. All right, so raising life, right? That other people, that trumps everything, right? Will we agree? Will we agree? That's why.
That's life. That's life wise, right? So a man is better in doing it by themselves.
But that was moving the goalpost, because that's not what.
No, but let's entertain that. Let's entertain that.
I agree with,
because I like that he said that. But like, you gotta just think about it. Understand that we need both. Because women have something that we need. They have reproductive organs. So they have something that we need. And as men, yeah, we could probably figure out how to create ovaries for guys. And, probably some weird shit. No diddy. Right? But we really kind of need women, in a sense. With that, yes. But also in the side that they provide us with raising life. Like, yeah, we can raise men to be men. We can raise women to be women that can support men. We can do that. But how do we create a civilization where people care about each other? I don't think men really can do it, because biologically we're driven to create a purpose. We're created and driven mainly by logic, with void of emotion. Even with emotion, we can perform great. Look at Dexter, right? Go ahead.
What I was saying, well, I shouldn't have, that was like the word, because what I was thinking about is like, one issue that I have, well, one I said was the masculinity when it comes to dating men and finding a man to lead me like in the right direction. Is like, one is masculinity, and two is they're promiscuous. Men are they just do that. So when I said they don't have my best interest, I was speaking to that of like, they're not thinking about how if I catch you cheating or if I find out you're messing with another woman or something, how that's gonna affect me. So I was speaking specifically to that. Not saying that they're gonna harm me. They weren't bad people. They did care about me. They gave me advice. They did like, that's one of the biggest issues. Like, they did everything else that I wanted. Like, they had all the qualities, but it's like, you gotta keep stepping up, and it's hard for me to accept that, and that's what I meant by not having my best interest. So it's not like they're gonna put me in danger. They would protect me. So they had that aspect, and that's what I want, a man that's gonna protect me. So, and that's why I said I think if I meet a man and I like him, like, I naturally do that because it feels natural. It doesn't feel right to when every time if I'm dealing with someone, and I've experienced this too, where I gotta tell them everything. Not everything in life, like, they're able to take care of them. So I'm not talking about from a financial standpoint, but they don't know. It's like they don't have their own mind when it comes to like other stuff. Aside from providing for yourself, and if you have kids, taking care of them and stuff. But like, when it comes to the relationship, you're asking me everything, and I don't want you to do that. I want you to just know. Like, I want you to call me and be like, come on, get dressed. I'm coming to get you. Like, get in the shower, do what you gotta do, or whatever. I'm coming to get you. We gonna go here. I would let a man order from me, cause I want you to know me like that, so that you know what I would like. Or I would even trust you if you would be like, here, try this, or whatever. I should be able to trust you if we're in a relationship, right? Mm-hmm. So like, I'm saying for things like that, like, they could have everything, but then that would be the part that's missing. Is like, that's what I'm saying. That's what I mean by this, not necessarily, because I don't talk to people that are actively might be getting arrested or something like that, or that they have, like, I don't do that, because I'm not getting in trouble behind you, and I'm not coming to visit you if you get locked up because you did something that you got no business. And I probably told you not to do it if you told me that you was gonna do it before you did it. So I don't be in those type of situations. It's not that they're bad people, they just do what men do. And I feel like any man, if they have the opportunity, even if they're in a relationship and they're getting everything, and guys have even told me, like, I appreciate you, you're very supportive. If I know that you want to do something, I'll help you figure out how to get it done. If you're saying, oh, you want to start a business and you want to do this, I may not have like knowledge about that business specifically, but maybe I know someone that works in that field, and I could get you in touch with that person. Or if you're not like, you might go to work and be able to take care of yourself, but maybe I'm more savvy in terms of like creating a resume or doing a cover letter, or if you need a reference or to do something like that, I'll just automatically do stuff like that, and just for you don't have to ask me. Like, I'm supportive, like, I do that for anyone that I care about. It doesn't even have to be in a romantic sense, but I just think it didn't work out because maybe they didn't want me in that way, or sometimes I walked away because you're gonna mess around, give me something. Luckily, I never had no disease, but it's like, you're a hoe. Like, I'm afraid that you're gonna, and then it hurts too. Like, I don't want to hear about that you messing with some other woman. I'd rather you come and tell me that you feel like that you're gonna do it or something, or you like, oh, I ran into this girl at the bar, this chick at the bar the other day or something, and she was cute or whatever, and I don't know, I was feeling her. She gave me her Instagram, and then But I don't know. I wasn't gonna hit her up, but like it felt good to get that attention from someone, from a female other than you. But I don't know. She was cute. Like, how would you feel if I, like? And I'm not saying that I'll be like, okay, go and do it. I don't know what I would say, but I respect that more. And I'll still have, even if down the line, if it don't work out, or where I decide, oh, I'm not gonna, but I still have a certain level of respect for you because you came and told me that, and I feel like respect is more important, even though we wouldn't be together anymore if I chose to make that decision. But like, I still, even though you can't see it, I still hold a certain place in my heart for you, even though you think, oh, could I stop messing with you? I'm not loyal or whatever. But it's not that. I might still care, but it hurts too much to keep enduring that because we're people. We're not robots. Only a certain amount of stuff you can take. And like, cheating is not the worst thing. There are some people unaliving there. This guy, we just was talking about, he just shot his baby mom. Well, because she wasn't really what he thought she was a baby mom, but she lied. But you know, at least that's not as bad. Cheating is not as bad as that, or being abused physically, or being, you know, verbally abused, like, you know, cutting on you and belittling you and putting you down and making you, telling you you're nothing, you're not gonna find nobody better than me. And people go through that. If you're not dealing with that, then cheating is like a next level up from that, because it's like you would think, but it's like when you really care about and love someone, you don't want to share that part of them with someone else. I mean, and some people are okay with that, and I try to understand it and be like, because like I said, you have everything else that I want. Like, I love you. You have everything else. Like, I'm willing to, because I trust you. I trust the choices that you made in your life to make it where you are this far. Like, and you're doing everything right. You're perfect. Like, but then you're doing that. It's like you should just be able to chalk it up. But I don't think the men are seeing it from the woman's perspective. Just like most men wouldn't ever tolerate that. A lot of women go back or stay with a man after he's cheated, but most men walk away because we feel the same feeling in the moment. You're mine, even though you shouldn't. We're people. Nobody belongs to nobody, but that's how people feel. They're possessive when they're in a relationship. When men are possessive, yes, because a man will be possessive. He could have a whole be in a whole relationship and have a wife, and he'll still fight a dude over you, and he got a whole nother family with someone else because you tried to leave him, or he'll take your life. Like, that's not. But you know, but women are too. If you are in a relationship and you're my man and we're committed, it hurts the same. But we just make different decisions most of the time when it comes to that. A woman may stay if you're still doing everything else, and she didn't even know you were cheating until you told her, maybe, or maybe she caught you, but it had been going on and she didn't even know because you were still performing the other parts of the relationship the way you were supposed to. Then she might give you some leeway and try, and it's not really acceptance, it's continuing to be with you, hoping that you'll change or not do that. But a man will be like, nah, F that. Like, you a hoe, she belongs to the streets, like, and they're gonna bounce. And then, because they worry about what their friends gonna think, or other people, they're embarrassed. And they're possessive. Like, no, that's not. And you're like an angel. Like, they look at their woman as like this untouched or whatever. You know, it's like it's sacred, and you're not, because men and women are different. So they look at it as a way. It's like the man loses respect. The woman don't lose respect. She just hurt because she don't want to have to share you with someone else. But when the man loses respect for you, it's like if a woman loses respect for you, then the relationship is kind of over after that. It's not going to be the same. If he do stay with you, it's not going to be the same. If the woman stay with you after that, it may not be the same either. But because she's gonna think you in the bathroom. What you doing? You brush your phone in the bathroom, you in there talking to that bitch, ain't you? Or something. Like, and it's like, no, I'm listening to music or I'm on Instagram scrolling because I don't want to just sit here and look at the wall while I'm using the bathroom.
I did. I was doing shit on my phone, but it didn't work. So, but I did hear everything you said. I feel like you're right, but I still feel like men and women both overall, I guess, and I don't know the actual number, but we can't look at one area and say this area proves it. You know what I mean? We got to look at it all as a collective and say, okay, overall, this is why men suck. Because that's basically what we're saying.
Because we got to come together. We can't be separate.
Right. And I know, like, a lot of people, like, I've said on numerous occasions, I know married couples that have been in relationships for over 50 years, and if you could talk to the guy would say, happy wife, happy life. If you could talk to the woman,
he is up. Tell him to send him the link. Well, no, you can't
who?
send the link now. I'm going to say C and E is up if you want to join, but you can't do it while we're live. You have to do it when we get him to share it so they can get up there too. You would have to end it and start it.
I mean, I could call E and have him on the phone.
Ask him what does he think about gender. And I never heard this. Maybe you already know.
Now E, oh yeah, you about to hear some shit.
And who does he think has better discernment, or does he think it's equal?
This will be interesting if he even picks up. He might be asleep. Might be doing whatever, man. He got free life.
Not working.
Alright, he didn't pick up. You know what? I'm gonna call my boy Steve. It's funny. I'm gonna call Steve. Black. I'm gonna call Steve because Steve is close to how I think. But if Steve pulls up, Steve's idea about what we talking about be completely different. Oops. I didn't hear that.
Well, we don't know whose number that is. That was the wrong number. But who else can call?
I mean, I got mad people I could call. I mean, I don't really be doing. I don't want to be calling people.
So we get
be like, yo, we on live.
What was the other topic? Is that all?
That was all the topics. We went through all of them. We've been talking for a long time.
What time is it?
It's almost 12 o'clock. 11:20. I'm gonna get you like that. I ain't gonna get you like that. That's fine. I got Fareed number for Fareed.
And that's what I'm gonna say too. Some women, they be in charge in a relationship or in that dynamic.
Yo,
I don't.
look, this the person that just passed away.
I seen it on the thread. I see it.
That hurts. Fuck. Let me call a jerk. Let me call a jerk.
You a jerk. I know. You a jerk. You a jerk. I know. Jerk.
I wonder if it's his number. If this really calls him. Let's see.
That must be.
The iPhone number that I got might be different because I got his name in here as two different ways. I don't know if I could do that from this phone because I don't got an Instagram app on this phone.
You can't if you don't have the app.
I got his name in here, so maybe his number is under his name. Let's see. Let's see if he picks up.
has been forwarded to voicemail. The person.
He like, it's
Shit funny.
Sunday and it's 11
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out who I'm gonna call.
It's
I'm
not
gonna call
Friday.
Kendall. Kendall will pick up because he'll think there's something wrong.
At 11:59
Yep.
on the Sunday.
Yep. Watch.
Please leave your message.
Ah! He know he ain't gonna pick up, so he turned his phone
He put
off.
his phone on do not disturb.
Yep, he turned his phone off because he know he gonna pick up.
No, people be doing that. You put it on, if you got an iPhone, you see it's on do not disturb.
Yo, we really trying to call people.
But if you call
Oh,
it,
do you grimy? Now we gotta call people.
he said
Yeah.
something or you just.
No, I just said it.
Oh.
Fuck it. I'm fucking with it. I'm not mad at this. Damn. Ooh, I'm gonna call her. Wow, this want to be crazy.
We're unable to complete your
Why
Oh.
is everybody numbers saying that is out of service? You must have the wrong numbers.
Maybe.
Because all them people is not saying.
I don't be using this phone. This is my job phone. I don't use this
Where
phone.
is your, because the other phone got the numbers.
Contacts. Let's see what we call. I'm gonna call Moose. Alright, let's call Moose. It's a guy from the military. Damn, number incomplete. Okay.
Because when's the last time?
Smush. Let me call Smush.
You even know who are these
See what
people?
happens. Alright, call him Smush.
That don't mean it could go the
Oh.
last 4 people.
Hello?
Yup. I'm sorry. Is this Smush?
No.
Oh my goodness. I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
Alright, you have a good night.
You too.
Damn, who the fuck is that? So his number done
They
changed.
probably, when, they just recycle numbers when somebody's phone get cut or they get a new number.
I got to be careful. I can't call a female because it might put me in hot water. I don't talk to any of them, so it doesn't matter. But
Call mom.
I don't want to call nobody from here. I'm not gonna
Ask
call my
her
mother.
what does she think about gender.
Nope. Not gonna call him. I'm gonna call Chris Beats. I'm gonna call him and see what he said.
Oh,
See
the
if his
guy
number still
that used
exists.
to go record.
It's ringing. It's ringing.
Is that where you used to record?
It's ringing. It's ringing. It rung twice. It rung 3 times. Waking him up. Hello?
Please leave your message or
Nobody's about to answer this phone.
It's not that late. Yeah, it's Sunday though. I'll call Chuck and Eddie's on your ass. Chris Beats, please text me. This girl probably sleep. I'm not gonna text her. I'm going through my phone list because I want to
Call Fly.
I'll hit you in the AM. He gonna hit me in the AM. Fly, thanks, man. He's just happy I called him.
That's where you used to record?
I do want to record something though. I want to get something out.
Does he still do that?
Yeah.
Did he have
Jimmy
live
Neutron. Let me
videos?
see if he picks up. Let me see if this is still the same number.
It's Sunday. Everybody's got
Jimmy Neutron.
And he the mailman now, or the post.
your call has been forwarded to voice.
Fucking
They
Jimmy
probably put it on
Neutron,
Do Not
man.
Disturb.
Oh. Josie. Oh my God. She gonna be mad if I wake her up.
That's how you know you get drunk, because you just calling them.
Yup, I definitely am. I definitely am. Definitely am.
Call Candace.
Nope.
It'll be a good discussion in your area.
Yeah, I might not have to come to work tomorrow on Tuesday.
Oh, you go back on Tuesday.
Yeah.
Call has been
I know who I can call, and I was reluctant to call this person. I know she always will pick up. I gotta be careful. Alright, here we go. See if she picks up.
I was thinking, why you pushing?
Call
I
is
thought
waiting.
you were
Oh
ready.
gosh.
That means she's on the phone.
She on the phone.
See, she knows. She got hung up.
Yep.
You would have to too.
Hello?
Hi. Are you on the phone? If you're on the phone, never mind. I wanted to. I'm live on my podcast.
Hi.
I needed
Erika,
to have a discussion against me, right, and my sister. Well, not against you. You'll be with my sister. Yes, I did, and that's only because you're the most important person outside of the person I'm in a relationship with. I'm live on YouTube.
We want to hear your opinion.
But I'm gonna just decline in the state I am right now.
Oh, come on, we
But
need you. We need you. Oh my God, I need you so bad.
But we don't. But you don't even know the topic. We won't say your name. We could just.
Nobody knows who you are.
We could just talk. We just want to ask you your opinion on something. It's not against.
What's it? Okay, what is it?
What do you believe in gender roles? Like, do you believe that a woman is supposed to be submissive and the man is supposed to lead? And then the second question is, do you think that men have better discernment than women?
The first one, yes, I do believe that. It also depends though. The man can lead, but if he's at like home and with no job and everything, no, the female don't be submissive. So if he's not in his full role as a leader, then no.
That's what I said. Well,
Yeah.
not just that, but not just finances necessarily, but in other aspects too. Like, you should be in alignment with the person that I think, so you don't have to go through those things. At least the big issues, you already agree on it, so there won't be a need to figure out who's going to submit and who's going to lead because you already agree on it.
I agree. But yeah, I mean, but it's gotta be, but I do believe, yes, the female can be in a submissive role, the man can take the lead, but it depends on the situation. Again, he's at home and he's not working, or he don't take the trash out, then don't expect the female to come home quick and clean.
Now this is a successful woman, y'all. By the way, just letting y'all know. I'm not gonna say her name. She's anonymous. She's an anonymous caller.
And for the people listening, how many figures?
Oh, I'm not six figures. I'm almost there, but no.
Say what almost sounds like 80,000, 90,000, 90,000,
Okay.
90,000 a year. Black woman.
Excellence. We
Black
just
woman.
went to the Black Wall Street event on Saturday, and it was awesome.
Okay.
Yeah, so we need that.
Right.
What was the other question? Was one more.
Do men have better discernment than women, like overall?
Not necessarily.
You think it's close, or do you think women have more? How do you feel?
Or is it
I feel like
equal?
women have more.
Oh, okay.
And why do you
Why
feel
is that?
way?
I mean, it's overall like so the situation where it's a man and a female. Yes, the man will lead whatever, but 9 times out of 10, the female is the one who's really making that decision. The man is saying it. They're going to the female and asking them what they perceive as this and that, and I feel like it's more of the female, even though they think the man is making that decision.
Okay.
Why?
All
What
right.
do you think?
Well, as a man, I kind of give you a little bit of pushback because number one, I don't think it's neither man nor woman who has better discernment. Men built the society that you live in, so for you to feel that way is kind of crazy. But I understand because you're a successful woman, so I can understand how you could feel that way because you built everything that you have, right? But if a man built society and he continues to extend what we've already built on society, then he can't, by proxy, he can't be less discernible. But here's my pushback. I say that it's equal. I say that both of us have the terrible discernment. You know what I mean? We knowingly go into situations knowing that the situation is a bad situation and we still go into it. That means that we have good discernment, but I'm gonna make this bad decision because, hey, it might work out, you know, and we're taking that risk. But the problem is that the number of people going into bad situations is so high that it looks like you're not really considering that I know that this is a bad situation I'm going into. You're just going into a bad situation. So everybody going into a bad situation without knowing why they're going into the bad situation appears that they have bad discernment. So overall, it looks like women and men are probably neck and neck with that number. It's not just women. Women are getting pregnant by men that they don't see any productivity, any legacy. They don't see any longevity. They don't see any closure. Rather, any fucking positive outcome from their situation and still go through with it and have the kid with certain individuals. And it happens at a fucking alarming rate. But men are the ones that are fucking these women, knowing that they have no intention. But some of them say it, some of them don't. But they know they can't do what they're supposed to do, and they still do it anyway. They still do it anyway. So it's both. It's both of us. The person that knows that the motherfucker ain't shit, and the person that ain't shit that knows he ain't shit, that's putting himself in somebody to create a motherfucker that ain't shit.
I agree.
That's what I see. But I also understand that it's not our fault ultimately. And I know there's a little bit of pushback because I know people are really like, oh, why the fuck he backtracking? Why he backtracking? But I'm saying,
at a certain age.
Well, yeah, at a certain age, because I said earlier, 35 or older, you know what the fuck you doing. But when you younger than that and you haven't had any life experience, it's okay for you to fucking say that you made a mistake. But now you gotta put your big boy pants on or your big girl panties on. And you gotta fucking do what you gotta do.
Yeah, but you can't blame age. I mean, with that, it's like, okay, so if the man is knowing he ain't shit, but he just wants it that bad and go and impregnate the female knowing he ain't gonna be there, that's on him. But when you say for females, I think for most females, they don't intentionally sleep with someone who's a bum. They're either being lied to, they could be naive and don't see the red flags, but no one willingly wants to have a baby by a homeless person. So you think that bum is going to be bigger than what he is when you start fucking with him? I said they don't intentionally know. So what happens? Because a bum is either a bum when you meet him as a bum, or he's a bum later on after you've been with him.
See what happens?
So did you meet him as a bum and think that he was going to become something better than what he is? Or did you meet him at a point where he was declining and you didn't pay attention to the signs that showed that he was declining and saw your exit? Correct, the last part. He was a bum from the beginning. That female, either she didn't want to see it, or was lied to, but either way, like I said, no woman willingly wants to. But if you was a bum, then who's at fault? Is the bum at fault or is the girl at fault? I'm sorry. For making the guy a bum? No, for enduring whatever you had to deal with while you were with that person because you decided to be with a bum. You knew they were a bum. And you still stay with that bum despite them being a bum, trying to speak life into them that wasn't working. I agree with that second part, but the first part I'm saying they didn't know the dude was a bum. They ignored the red flag. How long did it take for you to find out? How long did it take them to find out? Right. At some point in a relationship, and once they realize first week to stay, that's on the female. That's her fault. If he's a bum, you knew the first week. No? Am I lying? Am I lying? I mean, the men are really good liars. You knew the first date.
But here's the thing: both people, when they meet, are using their representative to a certain extent.
But you can't even go under that. Once somebody take you, if I take you out to eat, if I'm a bum. And we go out to eat, you paying.
No, that's what I'm saying.
You know?
Both people when you coming into a relationship or you're getting to know someone, they ain't even a relationship yet. You're getting to know them to see if it could be worth getting into a relationship.
Right.
You're putting your best foot forward. You're making yourself look. You know, you may do certain things that you don't normally do because you know that's gonna appeal to the person that you're interested in, and both people do it. But then it's you can't keep up that facade. After a certain amount of time, your mask is gonna slip. Like you can't go on for years. And I heard, and it's funny because I heard a guy say on a podcast, he was like, they said if a woman was like lying to pretending that she was into you, she didn't really want, she was just using you or whatever because you provide her a better life, whatever. But you didn't know it. She was being the dutiful wife. She was doing everything. She was a helpmate. She was all that, and you didn't know until somebody passed away or something in a relationship, and then that's when he found out. But he said he wouldn't be upset because he didn't know she was doing everything. So it's like I'm kind of hot because I forgot where I was going.
No, go ahead.
But
she was doing everything she was supposed to do, and
he said he wouldn't care that she was deceiving him because he didn't know that she was deceiving him. And I think that's kind of crazy. I still wouldn't want to be deceived.
So is he at fault for that? That's what T said.
Yeah, I mean, is he
because
at fault
you said
for that?
she at fault because she asked you that because you said is she at fault because he was lying to her and she didn't know that he was lying. So she asked in the reverse if the woman is
playing the dude,
using the dude, but she's perfect and he didn't know, is he at fault because he was ignoring the signs?
Okay.
Because there had to be something.
So here's the thing: when a woman goes on a first date with a guy, first date, if you're on a first date with a guy, and the guy spends $500 that first date, you're not at fault. You know why you're not at fault?
He was deceiving.
Cause he's a trick. He already went out. No. It's not he's a deceiver. He's a trick. He already went out and saying he's gonna pay for what he wants tonight.
He saved up for him.
He saved up or whatever he did. That sounds crazy. That sounds crazy. He saved up for it. Saved up for it sounds crazy. He's at fault because he led with his wallet. That's a term that's used now in this red pill world. Like in the red pill world, the red pill is like, oh, we understand what women think and da-da-da. So in this world, they're like, yo, if you leave with your wallet, you're at fault. And I agree with that point. If you go out on a date and you try to show her how much money you can spend on her, it's not gonna go well for a woman. But if you go on a date with her and you want to do something else, like another activity other than what you're doing, and you spend more money to do that activity, that's going to show her that you have range. You might be able to say, yeah, I have a little bit more money, but more so, it's going to be like, oh, wow, he likes to do this too. Okay, we can do this. We can have a good time. She gets home, she's tired. And you're a woman, so you can tell me, like, if I take a woman out to go eat and I spend $200 on a meal, am I automatically going to get sex because I went out with a woman to go eat and I spent $200 on a meal?
No.
Okay. But if I went out to go with a woman and we went to go eat, we ate, she was full. You gotta stop doing that because I'm not in the screen. And I went out to spend all this money with this woman. If I just took her home after the meal, is it possible that I would have sex if I took her home after the meal, or if I took her to another excursion after I dated with her? What do you think? What do you? Okay, so what do you think? Some of the girls that you know, do you think that they will settle for that, or they would want more?
Females I know just overall have that strict. I'm not doing that on the first date, so that's why I said it depends on the female.
Okay. So it's stupid. So let me ask this: it's stupid to be like, yo, I'm about to spend $300 at Benihana's with this girl right now tonight. Show her this nigga make a volcano out of onions, and we about to get it in tonight. Or instead of me taking her to Benihana's, feed full her belly, and take her to the movies, or take her to the movies and then take her to get something to eat, and then be like, yo, we gonna work up this food, we gonna go bowling, we gonna have fun. If we have fun, am I gonna have sex, or is she gonna just go home and say, oh, you were a nice guy? Knowing me, myself, I'm using myself as an example because I'm attractive. And I'm throwing myself out there online on YouTube saying, yeah, I know I look good. And I wanna hear you say, okay, if it was you doing all of this, you would definitely get the panties. I wanna hear it.
You telling me?
Yes.
What did you ask me? What?
So I said, okay. So, okay, assuming you go on a date with a woman. A man goes on a date with a woman.
Okay.
I'm using myself as an example.
Okay.
People can see me on the camera right now.
Okay.
Right? We got viewers. How y'all doing? So, I'm saying if I went out on a date with a woman, we went and we had Olive Garden. You know, that's casual. That's not expensive. And a lot of people probably like, Olive Garden not expensive? No, Olive Garden is cheap. I take a girl to Olive Garden, and after Olive Garden, you know, we have a few wines, we sample some shit, and then we decide, yo, we're gonna go to the bowling alley. We go to the bowling alley, we have a good time. I have to beat her, cause that's what guys have to do. They gotta win. So I beat her, and after that night, am I qualified for sex or no? I have to build more with this woman. I have to do more with this woman. I have to give her more.
When's the last time the female that you just took out had sex?
Huh?
When's the last time this female had sex?
I don't know when she... Okay, let's just say prior to me, she had sex last month with another person that she met on a dating site or something like that. And then now she met me, and this is what I do when I take women out. What do you think I deserve in this situation?
It depends on her last situation. If you met the same way, if it's been a month, yeah, you may not get none. No.
I don't deserve none? Are you saying I don't deserve none?
What, because you fed her food?
No. I'm looking at... I'm asking you this question as a woman. And I want to hear a reality response. I want to hear, like, okay, intention. If this guy did all of this, is this normal behavior from men? Do men do all of this? Do they got all their way? They pay for your meal. They feed you. And they bring you to see a movie. And they do all this. And then they say, you know what? I'm going to take you bowling after this. I'm going to take you bowling. Do I deserve to have sex? Or do I deserve to have to go to another date to continue to prove myself? What do you think?
I mean, if you had such a good time as a man, right, with this female,
yes,
would you also enjoy just ending the night just talking, chilling, drinking? Like, why does it
no,
have to be physical?
I want to have sex. I'm a man. I want to have sex.
I don't think just because, like, there has to be...
I'm not saying just because, but would you consider it?
But I could consider it, but it... Listen, if I'm willing to go on a date with you, I probably already want to do that.
I understand
but that doesn't mean that I'm going to act on it. You got to show me more than one date to tell me that you're worth giving that to. Because then when y'all talk about this high body count and all that stuff, and then and you know what I'm saying? Like, so then if I give it up and then it doesn't go nowhere, now I'm single. Okay. Yeah. Now I gotta find somebody else. Right. You gotta kiss frogs. Like. Right.
But the only thing that I'm saying, because I asked a very specific question. I'm dealing with you. I like you. I'm going out of my way, and what I consider going out of my way is
you said a first date
with you. Yes, we going on our first date, and I'm taking you to the movies. I'm taking you out to eat, and then after we ate, I was like, "Yo, let's go bowling." So we went bowling,
And now we had a great time tonight. We had an awesome time. We did all these things that you like to do, or things that I thought you like to do. You had a good time enjoying it. I enjoyed myself too. I was very fulfilled. I'm not asking you for anything more. I'm not asking you for anything more than just having a good time with you. I'm just expecting, what do I deserve if I've done all of these things? Do I deserve pussy?
Get to know me first.
Do I deserve pussy? Or do I deserve pussy, or do I just deserve a chance?
You deserve a chance.
To go on another date.
Okay. I don't deserve pussy.
For a date.
When do I deserve pussy after dating?
You can't say that it's wrong for women to give up pussy.
No, I'm not saying that. But I'm asking a question for the. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
You can't say that is you don't want a woman that's gonna give it up too quick because you deem her as a hoe or promiscuous. And then when you're dating with a woman, you're dating a woman, you're expecting on the first date her to bust it open. Like, that goes against each other. Like, you gotta pick which one you want. If you want a good woman that's gonna commit to you and only you, and you don't have to do a paternity test to find out if you're the father,
right?
Then that woman is probably gonna look different. She's not going to give it up on the first night.
I feel like it depends on the maturity of the man. You have these men who are raising their children, some of their daughters of, especially old school, don't do it before marriage. That doesn't happen anymore. But you do have that same standard of don't be giving your cookie out to everyone, and it's that rule of don't do it on the first night. Because again, what if the woman sleeps with you the first night, and then after that you never talk to her again?
Yeah, even if you like her, because you feel like, oh, if she doing it to me, like they make a joke about, oh, if a woman say I usually don't do this, then that means that she do it. But maybe she just really like you and you captivated her, and she was just like, I'm gonna take a chance. Because sometimes people do that, and they end up. This has happened. Like, people ended up married after. It doesn't happen all the time because people judge them. Like, she could have got caught up in a moment. Maybe it was not a good decision on her part if it didn't.
Let me just say this. That red pill shit be fucking up niggas' lives. I'll tell you this. If a woman cheats on you, breaks your heart into a million fucking pieces, and you feel like, damn, I can't go back with her, I would honestly feel like, if you've been with this person for a long period of time and you develop strong feelings for this person, to consider to be like, yo, let me see why this person don't want to fuck with me no more. I don't know. It might help. Because if you do that, you might be able to prevent this from happening in the future. I don't know. I think that way. But I also think that, yeah, if you get cheated on, you probably should think about this person is going to probably cheat on you again. But you should know why they cheated on you. I think you should. I think it's important to know why somebody did you wrong if you've been doing right by them for a long period of time. If I've been taking care of you, or if I've been fucking you, or if I've been always bigging you up to other people, then I think I deserve to know why I fucked up, or why we fucked up. You know what I mean? I think that helps. A lot of times in relationships, we automatically say men are wrong because they do this, women are wrong because they do this. Cheating,
it's just black and white.
Honestly, it is. I think cheating happens for a reason. I think the dude doesn't realize that he's not that shit, and he gets cheated on. And the woman realizes that she's not that shit, and she gets cheated on. And that's because you lose sight of what's important in your relationship. Communication, motherfucker. Transparency. Like, when you tell somebody why you want to be in a relationship, that lets them know if they could keep up with that shit. And if you tell somebody why you don't want to be in a relationship and you're considering them, that lets them know why they should be like, well, shit, they like to be private, they like to do this. Do you want to be a polygamist? Because you don't want me to be nosy. You don't want me to know who you talking to and shit. Like, you got something to hide? You know what I mean? These are things that people don't think about, people don't look at. But I think it's important for people to look at these things to recognize why or why not a person wants to entertain a relationship with them. They feel like you're too mysterious. Men, I'll be honest, I'm a man. I feel like for us, we don't know when to stop. We don't know when to go. So it kind of fucks us up. So when we talking to a woman, we tell her too much or we tell her too little. And I'm just saying transparency is important. Like if you're talking to a woman and you want, because women want to know everything. So you want to let a woman know if you're trying to be in a relationship with her, specifically to that point. I want to be in a relationship with you because I feel alone by myself. I want a woman that cleans up. I don't clean up all the time. I want a woman that can help me with scheduling because I always miss appointments. I want a woman that can help me with my business because I don't follow up on clients like I should. Like if you get with a woman and she's on board with those things and those are the things that you present, then it's awesome. The problem is we don't present it. So we get in a relationship thinking, nigga, I got a business. I'm doing this, I'm doing that. I'm talking to these people, I'm doing that. You're not showing your woman no attention. So she just think that you ignoring her when she call you. Instead of you telling her, yo, okay, I got a client that just called me. That's why I wasn't able to talk to you. I was working at this time. That's why I wasn't able to talk to you. I was having a business meeting. So I wasn't able to talk to you. You're not able to say that because she don't know what the conditions are in the relationship that she started with. And we're not taking accountability for that. So here's a problem. Everybody trying to put the accountability on one gender. You can't do that. Today's society, the accountability goes both ways. There's a position that you have to play. There's a position that he has to play. If you have an intention for one particular thing, then your accountability lies on that particular thing. If his accountability is another particular thing, then his accountability lies in that particular thing. But if he doesn't present what his accountability in that particular area is, you don't know. So you going under this, he agrees. And if your particular accountability is in this area and you don't discuss that with him, then he's like, okay, well, we good. And he doesn't discuss if he has a problem with anything else and you don't know. So transparency and like, no, I have a problem with that. That doesn't work for me. It's important. We don't do it. In our culture, we don't do it because we don't have effective norms in our particular culture that prevent that behavior. Other cultures have cultural norms that prevent that particular behavior. So what are we? FBA, Foundational Black Americans, right? So as FBA, our norms are, we gotta take care of our women, we gotta take care of our kids, we gotta have a good job, we gotta fucking support our own people, we gotta do this, we gotta do that, we gotta right? It's bullshit. Tariq Nasheed, come at me.
Yeah,
Dr. Umar, come at me.
Yeah, because we're both men are dating women.
It's crabs in a barrel. It's crabs in a barrel.
So you can't put the blame on one gender.
We don't even understand why we have a problem with our own race overall. We just talking about gender shit. We just talking about this. So at the end of the day, I had to pour myself another shot. Oh, I didn't do it yet. Because at the end of the day, we just looking at it like, yo, black people, we got to support our youth. We got to support our children. We got to support our church. We got to support our schools. We got to do this. We got to do that. Motherfucker, do you understand that we don't have any leverage. I said that as white as possible. We don't have any leverage, brother. You don't understand that shit? Yeah, I lost a viewer. We don't have any leverage. So the problem is, because we don't have any leverage, we have the issue with getting the message across to the masses about what our culture needs. It's convoluted with Diddy is an ex-trafficker.
He's a what?
An ex-trafficker. Smex trafficker, whatever, right? So it's convoluted with that.
Was he convicted of that? I thought it was prostitution.
No, he was convicted of the man law, which is basically having somebody come over to your house for actual acts, and you pay for it, and you pay for them to get here or whatever. That's extravagant.
Not pay for the sex, just pay for it.
Right, not pay for that. Just pay for that to come over here for that.
And
then also for prostitution. So he got hit for prostitution.
Yeah, because he wanted to watch. So.
This is my thing. Like, yeah, I know we live in a society, but overall, our culture, we get condemned because we always condemn ourselves. Like, most of the people that support our people getting punished for shit are our people.
I mean, well, if anyone, whatever, regardless of what race they are, if they commit a crime and they get caught, then they deserve. But I mean, as long as
I agree.
The legal,
you deserve to go through the legal shit to get decided if you're gonna get it or not. Cause we don't never know all the context behind everything. When something happens, we don't know why it happened. Like, let's give you a scenario. Somebody comes into to their house, not a hotel. They come to their house, they find their wife in the bed with another man, having sex with another man. They got one kid, a son. Their son is 5 years old. They've been with this woman for at least 5 years, we can say, because they got a 5-year-old, right? They come home, they work, and they find her in the bed with another man. How is the guy wrong for not deleting her, getting full custody of that child, moving out of that home, starting a family with another woman, and creating a family with another woman, and giving this kid values and ideologies that he can have for a man that has a successful life?
I think if she do get, if the man does get full custody, then he should let the woman be a part of the child's life however much she wants, because you should have both parents. Yeah, that's not fair. Only that aspect specifically, but I understand if you want to leave because if anybody want to leave, man or woman, like, I don't think it's wrong to do that, but then because they cheated on you, but then it's just like most times when that happened, it hurts. Like, well, from a woman, you said a man caught the woman cheating, but if a woman caught a man cheating, I think she would, like, it would be more detrimental to her from the sense of, like, you were with him, you wanted to be with him, loved him, and it hurts you. Even if you leave him, you're still gonna want him until you move on, because he was doing everything else right. So it's like, it may not be, maybe in a logical sense where you're thinking like, oh, he's gonna do it again, but then emotionally wise, you're like, damn, I love him. And then you may end up searching for, every time you're dating someone else, you're trying to compare them to that other person because he had everything else you want, aside from the fact that he cheated on you or he was,
I have a question. Why does the father or the husband file for full custody?
Yeah, I don't think either parent, unless the other parent is harming the child or something like that, then I don't think you should do that. 50-50. They should
I
have.
think
They should be able to.
50-50, yeah. Full custody. That's the only thing I disagree with. 50-50, yeah.
You don't think it's you think it's wrong for the father to file for full custody?
Because the mom cheated?
Yes.
Yes. Yes, it was harmful to the son. It was really bad, but
Yeah, I'm with you.
50-50. That's too much.
I don't think it's wrong, personally.
So every female
Because he's
that
saying
their
because
significant other cheats should get full custody of
fucked
the
because
up.
he's saying because
fucked up.
women. He's being funny because
I'm
women
not being
that
funny.
usually happens. Men don't usually do that. How many men do you know that are like have full custody of their kids if they're not with the mother?
Good men.
Usually the women
Great men.
do it. That's why I said neither one should do that.
Great
They're
men.
not harming the child. You should never remove them from. I mean, that doesn't necessarily. That means on paper that they're probably living with you and you're taking care of them, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you're not gonna let them see them. But I don't think you should. Yeah, you shouldn't have to do that. They both should have equal rights, and even they have like the laws are. It usually is in the woman's favor, and it's sad that is. But like, they automatically when you break up and you separate. The woman well, depending on what state you live in. Some do have 50-50, but there are some states that it automatically the custody is of the woman. And like I said, both parents, if they're not harming the child, like they should both be there. If that's not the case, if they're not harming the child, or you don't think that they're going to do that, they're not on drugs or putting them in an unsafe situation or something. You need both for your parents, and they're gonna they're gonna wonder why. Why is daddy not here? Where is daddy? They're gonna think that they're doing something wrong. The reason why sometimes people lie and say that they didn't want you, and that may not be the case. And you grew up thinking that that's what it was or something, and then when you get older and then you have a different relationship with the other parent, and you're like, you hear a different side of the story. Because you never heard the other side. So it's like I think people need to realize when they have kids that it's not, and it's it's a tough pill to swallow, but it's not about you anymore. The most important thing that came out of that is the child. So you need to both be able to come together to do what's best for that child in the situation. Gotta put your feelings to the side.
That part is bigger than you guys.
Yeah, what do you think about the Halle Berry situation with her ex?
Oh,
Wait,
talk
what
about
happened?
that. Talk about that.
So her first husband said he divorced her after I forgot how long, maybe a year, because she didn't cook and clean,
We got it in the
and
file.
he didn't think she would be good mothering because that's how he was raised.
Okay.
So he divorced her simply because she didn't. That was the only reason.
He said she didn't cook and clean, so he didn't think she would be a good mother. And he was raised in a household where that's what the woman does.
Was she doing that when they were dating?
No.
So then
I guess
why would you?
think she changed when she got married.
No, she was doing it when they were dating.
No, she never did it. So
that's what
why
I'm saying. Why would she? Yeah, she changed, and that's one thing. And she
I
stopped
guess
doing
he
it.
assumed maybe that once they got married, she would do the traditional white duty.
She's not a traditional woman. Most women are not Halle Berry. Like, and what was his profession?
Halle Berry is crazy.
It was so they're
She
both
you know Halle Berry is a Leo like you, right?
You a Leo too. What do you mean?
Nah, I know. I'm just telling her. She ain't know. You know Halle Berry is a Leo like you, right?
So what is that? What does that mean?
I mean, we know what Leos are.
I don't
Do
know,
you
but
agree? Oh, okay. I gotta ask you, as a fellow Leo, do you agree with what they believe a Leo is? Do you believe with that, based on your personal experience as being a Leo? You believe that that's true?
And can you?
And can you elaborate on what that is, or what they believe a Leo is?
I'm not in the horoscopes. I don't know like what
Right.
each person.
The Leo is very loving and all that positive stuff, and can be loyal to the end. But then if you feel like you slighted them in some way, they will hate you till they die. They always feel like they're the smartest person in the room, and they're always right. They don't take criticism well. But again, if you're into their fold, they will love you unconditionally. Whoever that person they love, they will feel like they're on top of the world because of everything that we showed them.
Is that
I love
what
it.
you think is true?
I love it.
And we're very conceited.
I love it. You know why I love it? I love it. I love it.
Smiley conceded too.
I'm not conceited. I'm not conceited. Listen.
You just said
what you said 10 minutes ago.
Yeah.
No. What I said was.
You said I'm a great. That's conceited.
I mean, we're gonna run the tape back.
I'm a great person.
No, you said you were good looking. You said basically I'm that. I'm him.
Okay. All right. Fine. I did say that.
I know I could get.
I did say that.
X, Y.
However, how I feel about.
You always gotta be right.
Okay. But I'm just saying.
There's always a but.
The caliber of a Leo is challenging because a lot is held on our mind. Like we think more than other signs, according to how.
You think more?
Well, according to how they perceive us as horoscopes, cause I don't really subscribe to that. But the way that they perceive us is like we're normally a leader. We're normally in a capacity of leadership in some capacity of life, and we're normally a person that thinks we have all the answers, but we care more about people. So thinking about it like that, and most leaders that are great leaders care about the people that they lead. So that makes us the best fucking leaders. Leos, the thing is, we don't want to be bigger than what we are. We're comfortable with where we sit. So we like, yo, I'm so good at where I am that I don't need to do anything more than what I can do.
Overly confident.
Right. So that's really how I attack it. But I don't really be agreeing with horoscopes and shit like that. But that aspect of it is kind of crazy to me because the way that I think is really like that. Like I don't have to be the best person at this job, but I have to be the best person in the position that I'm in. And the problem with people is that we have to move outside of where we are to find more outside of our comfort zone. So I don't just limit that to Leos and think that Leos are going to be the president of the United States because Barack Obama was the president. I want people to think that a Leo can be a president of the United States because any individual can go outside of their realm of what they think they're able to achieve. That's what I'm saying.
Add in the arrogance too.
We can add that arrogance in there because you need that. You need to know you the shit. You need to know you the shit.
See, that's the humbleness we don't have very much.
I don't got humbleness when I know I'm the shit. When a motherfucker be like, yo, can you run 2 miles in 5 minutes? And I be like, yes, motherfucker, you can't. Niggas should say, damn, you that nigga. They should say it, because most people in the world, fuck a Leo, most people in the world can't do it. So that's why I say that. But I'm saying I push myself to get to that degree. And I'm saying every single person from January to fucking December should be pushing themselves to get to that degree. It shouldn't be just 2 or 3 months or some shit, or 2 months. Motherfucker, it should be the whole year. Everybody be pushing themselves. But it's a reason you call it a Leo for a reason, sweetheart. Because you are a leader. Whatever aspect you look at it, you're a fucking leader. And you doing something important.
To other people's opinions, again, we are leaders, but we do need to be able to hear input from other people and actually listen.
We could hear it and listen, but we don't have to be like, yeah, that's a good idea. We could tell motherfucker, nigga, you wrong, I'm right, nigga.
Sometimes
Shut up.
we are wrong. Sometimes we are wrong.
Sometimes we are, but god damn it, most of the time we right. Cause why did we get here? Why am I here? They made me this for a reason. And if I'm gonna believe horoscope, god damn it, Leos are leaders. Historically documented, analytically documented, horoscopically, if that's a fucking word, we just made it today. Documented. You see what I'm saying? I'm not saying that shit like, yo, like, I know you a Leo, I'm a Leo. You a woman Leo, I'm a nigga Leo.
Totally, and those are different too.
Those are different. But I'm just saying, the way I go about life is the same way you got to the point that you at right now. I promise you that. You didn't stop until you got what you needed to get what you needed to get. And that's the same thing that I did. I did it a different way, but we both did the same thing. And you have the autonomy to tell people to do what the fuck you need them to do. And god damn it, so do I. But the difference is, I'm a man. Go ahead.
Sometimes we need to a little. That's what I'm saying. There's a difference between the females and males. They actually say the males are just as bad as Scorpio males.
I mean, we're gonna go horoscopically since we started that way. Are they so bad though, Scorpio? Because a lot of women choose Scorpio dudes.
Yeah, Scorpios are the worst to me than the Leo men, but the Leo men are like probably second behind them.
It's hard for you to deal with Leo men because you're a Leo woman.
Exactly.
So you being a Leo woman, having to deal with a Leo man, has got to be the hardest thing in your life. Because you know everything you got to do, and a motherfucker trying to tell you, no, this is what you got to do.
But sometimes, like I said, it's different from a female. We do need to hear and listen. We can't just be on some, I'm going to do this shit.
Right.
Well, alright. We've been on for a few hours now.
Yeah, we did it. Yo, you missed it because I know you wasn't watching earlier, but earlier we had a whole little fallout. Me and one of our.
We'll talk about that off camera.
We'll talk about off camera.
Thank you for not you.
No, don't hang up.
Thank you for tuning in to another episode of Get Lifted. 30 is the new 20. I'm La Hefa.
SmileyJizzle.
And Crystal D. If you are watching, you
Crystal D.
saw what happened.
That's our nigga.
But thank you for tuning in. Hit the like button, share, and subscribe, and click the notification bell so you're notified the next time we post or go live. And if you didn't check out the Black Wall Street event, the footage that we got from that, we interviewed some vendors that were there. There were too many to interview everyone, but there's a video from yesterday, so check that out. And we have all those businesses that we interviewed linked afterwards. Like, we have all their social media in the video, so you can, and it's also the links are in the description to their social media. So if you have any use to any of those people that were mentioned in that video, please check it out. But thank you. Have a good night.